Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Sherfong tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag. Immediately, the gigantic crystal atop the magic tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire stone forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Everyone could not help but start discussing the magic tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah, now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait, take a look at your status windows. There's an extra buff in mine. As experts voice their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Haha, this is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours, once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing. You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. After the players in the town realized the effects of the magic tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players, who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lagged behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players disliked the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle, as well as the exciting adventures God's domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly at the same time. The originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed that the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain. After all, after resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap, this is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay, so why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Haha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before the situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild leader, this magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more, Blackie reported, smiling. Originally, renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver, 50 copper, The many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Although hotels seemed to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels. A large sum of money to ordinary large guilds, but to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands. Originally, the reason why Shifeng had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money: the battle arena. The battle arena was a place where players could fight against each other. Due to the magic tower, the mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players, just like in the trial tower of the Divine Colosseum. Under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena. When the time came, the 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotels. "I'll get it done right away." Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Shifeng's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least, they wouldn't be left too far behind. Starmoon City, Blackwater's residence. Damn it! To think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinate standing beside him and commanded, "Immediately notify Singular Burial's side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time." Chapter 1032, Independent Players' Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked when they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought. Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing. But now, the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain. To current guilds, magic crystals were incredibly important. If a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly, sending them to the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals. In Blackwater, there was no lack of talented players. As long as they had enough magic crystals, they could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas had been limited, now they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's domain. Boss Wave, we still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sis Ling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live, then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies, which had doubted Zero Wing's future, began to regret their decisions. Due to the magic tower, Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially. To companies like theirs, nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Shifeng. Happily, she said, Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you. Previously, she had worried that Shifeng had been too arrogant and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. Oh, they sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, he had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper Training Center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold. If not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center's shares, which allowed her to mark down the price, he wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double. All right, guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked. Phoenix Rain. Shifeng was slightly surprised. He then said, all right, call her. Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Shifeng. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 Guardian Knight, tanked the boss by himself. "Boss, I heard that we can get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there?" Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team's strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Starmoon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. All right, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town, then. After the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Starmoon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a time, Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams. As the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Shifeng was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room. Even so, the 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold, and this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city. Of the 5 floors, players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana state throughout the building. Hence, Shifeng had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Shifeng intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment as well as coins. Shifeng also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor, while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Shifeng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena. In the past, many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world. Now, not only had Shifeng obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller. In the past, a super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days. Whether it was for fame or wealth, many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Shifeng had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane. Following which, Shifeng used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, it became the focal point of Stone Forest Town. Isn't this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? Don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public? I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. The town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration. Only, the cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge cost 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower. For a time, news about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC City's underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more. When they heard the news, these companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now, Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments. As everyone discussed Stone Forest Town, Shifeng finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Shifeng discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds. All around, he could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts at the very least. This situation confused Shifeng slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association. Shortly after Shifeng left the teleportation hall, a team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest leveled player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 Guardian Knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this longsword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was. Seen from afar, the man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in the spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous. Yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here?" "I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass, either," Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. "Ancient ruins?" An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously. "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" "That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside. However, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way," Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet now they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls," Cuttlefish instructed. "Uncle Cuttlefish, Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal so long as we say the word?" A level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now, their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land, yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have poisoned head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. All right, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild. The female elementalist named Poisoned Wine silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she too felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Shifeng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Shifeng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today? The NPC receptionist asked respectfully. I wish to hire some advanced managers, Shifeng replied. All right then, please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away. The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Shifeng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Shifeng enviously as he walked upstairs. Shortly after Shifeng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor, the NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Shifeng was shocked. In God's Domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence would be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna, for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Shifeng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible. Generally, NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Shifeng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Shifeng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order. Now, however, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Shifeng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages. Chapter 1035, Times Have Changed. Before Shifeng realized it, he had already spent half an hour inside the serene and elegant lounge, reading through the files. The more he read, the more shocked he felt. High-wisdom NPCs, which were usually difficult to encounter, were now available to him in the thousands. Shifeng had even found an NPC with 80 wisdom. If not for the main god system stipulating that NPCs hired from the Adventurers Association could not be made into players' personal guards, Shifeng would very much have considered taking all these NPCs back with him to form an army of personal guards. I'll choose these 10 then. After Shifeng was done going through the name list, he selected the names of 10 advanced NPCs. 9 had over 70 wisdom, while 1 had 82 wisdom. In God's Domain, an 82 wisdom NPC's intelligence was already equivalent to that of a Tier 3 NPC. Although Shifeng still wished to hire more, he had already reached his hiring limit. A small-sized town could hire at most 10 advanced NPCs. Moreover, hiring advanced NPCs was not a simple task. Unlike ordinary NPCs, which could be hired without limit and would only cost 2 gold coins a month in wages, one had to satisfy not only the salary demanded by these NPCs, but also their conditions. Just the conditions of the 82 wisdom NPC Shifeng had pointed out could choke an ordinary guild to death. This was because said NPC actually demanded a salary of 10 gold coins per day. Shifeng also needed to pay a 1-month deposit in advance. In addition, the shop the NPC managed had to have at least 500 other workers. To an ordinary shop, having around 20 NPCs managing it would already be more than enough. One could run more than a dozen shops with 500 NPCs. Fulfilling this condition would be impossible for a single ordinary shop. Fortunately, Shifeng was running a large-scale battle arena. He needed to hire a lot of ordinary NPCs to run the establishment. Otherwise, there would be no way to cope with the large number of players visiting the arena every day. After Shifeng confirmed his choices, the NPC beauty beside him happily tallied the bill and very quickly provided him with a figure, saying, "Lord Spirit Slayer, you have chosen to hire 10 advanced managers and 500 normal managers. You will need to pay a 1-month deposit for all of them. The total is 4,000 gold. Once you complete the payment, we will have them sent to Stone Forest Town within an hour. May I know if Lord Spirit Slayer has any other requests?" "That will be all." Shifeng nodded. He then paid the 4,000 gold deposit, his heart feeling a slight sting. The average level of players had risen considerably by now, and the money they could earn was much higher than before. However, copper coins still possessed quite a significant purchasing power, not to mention gold coins. Most likely, there was not a single guild in the entire God's domain that was as generous as himself, directly spending 4,000 gold to hire NPCs to manage just a single establishment. However, Shifeng knew that this was a necessary expenditure. It was simply impossible for players to keep up with the management of a battle arena. After Shifeng was done hiring the NPCs, he checked the time. Seeing as there was not much time left before his meeting with the representatives of those major companies, he promptly left the Adventurers Association and took an advanced horse carriage to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Inside the VIP room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor, the representatives of the various major companies had already been waiting here for quite some time now. However, none of them showed any signs of indignation. On the contrary, expressions of shock filled their faces. At this point, White River City was the most populous city in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, the Candlelight Trading Firm was situated in the central business district of White River City. Aside from NPC-run establishments, the Candlelight Trading Firm's building was the tallest one in this area. From the top floor of the building, their view of the city streets was unobstructed. They felt as if they were kings overlooking the entire city. However, this unique scenery was still only secondary when compared to the report they had just received. During this period, the number of players residing in Stone Forest Town had already hit the 500,000 mark. In the future, that number was sure to double. A player population of 1 million was equivalent to the population of a major NPC city. If they could set up a virtual store in this bustling town, said store would definitely have no lack of customers. The only problem was that Stone Forest Town was too small. If the town were a medium-sized town, then that would be perfect. However, Stone Forest Town's protection period had ended just recently. The town was only beginning to attract NPCs. It would still take a considerable amount of time to get promoted. Furthermore, Zero Wing was simply asking for too much money. With 1 billion credits, these major companies could establish a large guild of their own or invest into a second-rate guild. With the latter option, they could even obtain a considerable number of shares. By cooperating with Zero Wing, however, they would only get priority in investing into a town. They would only receive a guarantee that they could directly rent a golden land in one of the towns Zero Wing captured. The rent of these lands would be gradually deducted from this 1 billion deposit. This condition was truly a little outrageous. Of course, after they signed the agreement, if they did not wish to continue renting land from Zero Wing, they could get back their remaining deposit after half a year. However, the representatives of the various major companies still intended to negotiate this price. After all, The current situation in Starmoon Kingdom was not particularly stable. There was also the Blackwater Guild persistently plotting against Zero Wing. Hence, they intended to use this opportunity to reduce the price. Just as everyone was pondering how they should go about negotiating with Zero Wing, the doors to the lounge suddenly opened. A woman with an extraordinary figure walked into the room. Although she had hidden her face with a black cloak, judging from her graceful figure, her countenance was no doubt heavenly as well. Could this beauty be trying to cooperate with Zero Wing as well? Everyone in the room immediately started quietly discussing this beauty's identity among themselves. However, they very quickly discovered that this woman's seat was right next to the seat of honor. One could just imagine how much importance Zero Wing placed on this peerless beauty. Meanwhile, this peerless beauty was none other than Phoenix Rain. When Phoenix Rain entered the room, she too was momentarily surprised. She had never imagined that there would be so many companies interested in cooperating with Zero Wing. Moreover, these companies all possessed extraordinary backgrounds that rivaled even Aqua Rose's Sun and Moon group. After she entered, she also discovered that Aqua Rose had become significantly stronger. Although the Cursemancer had hidden her level, the aura she radiated was indubitable. In addition, Violet Cloud, who stood beside Aqua Rose, was even more amazing. Phoenix Rain herself felt a significant amount of danger coming from the young lady. As for Alluring Summer, on the other side of Aqua Rose, she too was relatively powerful. A level 41 elementalist could easily rank at the top of any guild. Moreover, Alluring Summer looked to be rather young, so she should still have great potential for growth. Is this really the Zero Wing I know? After Phoenix Rain observed Violet Cloud further, she suddenly noticed that the young lady's every motion looked very natural, and this discovery shocked her greatly. She had seen Violet Cloud fighting at the Dark Arena before. Although the young lady had not moved much at that time, Phoenix Rain could still tell that Violet Cloud had yet to reach the refinement realm. Nevertheless, after just a short time, Violet Cloud had gone directly from the half-step refinement realm into the refinement realm. Violet Cloud was clearly only a teenager, yet she had actually managed to reach the refinement realm at such a young age. If she were in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, she would definitely be considered one of the pavilion's top geniuses and nurtured heavily. After all, even a genius like Blue Phoenix had not reached the refinement realm at Violet Cloud's age. Shortly after Phoenix Rain took her seat, Shifeng entered through the doors, Chapter 1036, Zero Wing's Foundations. As soon as Shifeng set foot inside the room, everyone there automatically shifted their gaze towards him. Currently, Shifeng had already disguised himself as Black Flame using the demon mask. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor and wore a black cloak. Two dazzling, blood-red swords hung from his waist, glowing a faint red. The aura his body radiated resembled that of an unsheathed sword, sharp and dangerous. The feeling he gave off was as if it wasn't a human walking into the room, but a demon that had just escaped the abyss. The atmosphere in the lounge instantly grew heavy upon his appearance. When Shifeng's gaze swept over the representatives of the various major companies, they instinctively lowered their heads, due to the mental oppression they felt, none of them daring to make eye contact. He's Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame? Isn't he a little too strong? Alluring Summer could not help but gasp upon seeing Shifeng. He's practically a monster. Haven't I already told you this before? Our guild leader is very strong, Aqua Rose said somewhat pridefully. As long as you develop yourself in Zero Wing, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that dream of yours. At this moment, Phoenix Rain's eyes had also widened in shock as she looked at Shifeng slowly walking over to her. Just how much has he improved again? During her last encounter with Shifeng, the latter only gave her the feeling of a sheathed sword. Now, however, his aura was entirely different. It was utterly overpowering, impressing on others the presence of a steamroller. Rather than calling him a player, he was practically a humanoid lord. Shifeng did not pay much attention to Phoenix Rain's shocked reaction. He had on the level 50 fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. His basic attributes were far superior to those using level 40 or level 45 dark gold equipment. After all, level 50 equipment was meant for tier 2 players. Phoenix Rain was naturally no match for him in terms of attributes. Not to mention, he also wielded a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment. Strength-wise, he had long since surpassed Lord-ranked monsters of the same level. Hence, it was only normal for Phoenix Rain to feel a massive sense of oppression when he did not suppress his aura. However, Shifeng's grandiose entrance had made the various company representatives lose their composure. Now they were no longer as confident as before. After taking his seat, Shifeng took another look at everyone present before saying straightforwardly, "Since you all wish to cooperate with Zero Wing, I believe you should have already read the agreement given to you, correct? If you have any problems, ask away. However, take note that Zero Wing will not make any changes to the conditions of cooperation, no matter what." Guild Leader Black Flame, although Stone Forest Town indeed has excellent prospects, the conditions you require are simply excessive. You could even say that they are far above Stone Forest Town's potential value. Moreover, 1 billion is no small number. If we invest that kind of money into a second-rate guild, we can take control of a significant portion of said guild's shares. Hence, after a discussion among ourselves, we believe that 100 million credits should be a more suitable amount. This way, we'll have a much better time cooperating with each other in the future. After all, the current Stone Forest Town is only that big. Its value is extremely limited. There won't be a single company that will agree to your price of 1 billion. We hope that Guild Leader Black Flame can reconsider this matter. Our companies are sincerely trying to cooperate with Zero Wing. The representatives of the 20 major companies all expressed their reluctance to pay such a high deposit. Moreover, they also firmly believed that no company would foolishly agree to this condition. However, in order to get a head start in occupying the virtual market, their companies were still willing to pay a certain price. It seems you all are operating under a misconception. Zero Wing's offer of a 1 billion deposit is only the threshold for cooperation. In addition, Zero Wing is providing only 10 slots. This doesn't mean that anyone with 1 billion credits will qualify for this offer. Shifeng then chuckled and added, "If you are dissatisfied with this offer, Zero Wing won't try to force you into accepting it." Before everyone could refute his words, Shifeng took out an old book from his bag and placed it on the table. Staring at the book on the table, everyone was greatly confused at Shifeng's intentions. They then clicked to check the book's information. Magic Tower Design. Could this be? Phoenix Rain immediately thought of the tower in Stone Forest Town upon seeing the name of this book. That's right. Just like you've surmised, the tower constructed in Stone Forest Town is indeed a magic tower. It is also the cause of Stone Forest Town's mana density increase, Shifeng explained, smiling. I believe you all should have already seen for yourselves the effects of the magic tower, correct? Now, do you still think this 1 billion threshold is a little too high? Immediately, everyone in the room fell silent, shock plastered over their faces as they looked at the magic tower design. A hint of fanaticism gleamed in their eyes. Everyone had attributed the change in Stone Forest Town to the newly constructed tower. Hence, the people from the various large guilds, as well as those from companies and corporations, had immediately launched investigations into the tower. They all sought to obtain a magic tower for themselves. Unfortunately, they could not find any information regarding the magic tower whatsoever. They only knew that Zero Wing had built the tower. There were also rumors floating about that the magic tower might be a one-time use quest reward. Hence, Zero Wing had chosen to set up the tower at Stone Forest Town, using the opportunity to raise the town's value. However, they never imagined that players could actually build this thing. If Zero Wing could truly build as many magic towers as it wished and only needed to pay the production cost, then the guild's potential was indeed immense. In the future, as long as the guild captured a town, it could directly construct a magic tower in it and use the higher mana density in the town to attract large numbers of players. With this, Zero Wing would have another brand new Stone Forest Town. As for Stone Forest Town being too small, that would no longer pose a problem either. At that time, even obtaining a significant portion of the virtual market share would not be a dream for their companies. No wonder he's so confident. At this moment, Phoenix Rain was eyeing the magic tower design enviously. At the same time, she also felt fortunate that she had made this trip here. With the magic tower, trying to gather players and earning money would both be extremely easy to accomplish. Standing beside Shifeng, Aqua Rose noticed the unflinching gazes of the various company representatives as well as their expressions, which stated that they would become Zero Wing's collaborator, no matter what. She nearly let out a laugh. Although Shifeng had revealed the magic tower design, all everyone could see was the item's name. They could not open the book and view its actual contents. In the end, everyone had mistakenly believed that one could construct an unlimited number of magic towers with the design and did not know about the magic tower design's limitations. Of course, this could not be considered as Zero Wing being deceitful. This was simply a beautiful misunderstanding. Under the fanatic gazes of everyone, Shifeng stored the magic tower design. Smiling, he said, "You've seen the item for yourselves. As for the qualifications for cooperation, 1 billion is the minimum requirement. Or to put it more precisely, 1 billion will only get you a plot of golden land in a town. Also, Zero Wing doesn't necessarily need 10 collaborators. If none of you have any problems, let's start the auction for the first slot." Chapter 1037, Insane Woman. Shifeng's words caused another commotion in the room. None of the representatives had expected him to have such intentions from the very beginning. This sudden announcement truly caught them by surprise. The various company representatives, who were originally sitting close together, immediately started eyeing the people next to them, a wary expression appearing on their faces. At the same time, they were also secretly contacting the directors of their companies, hoping to get a quick reply from them. Nobody present was a fool. They knew just how much was at stake here. Just the value of a single town with a magic tower could practically rival that of 8 player-owned towns. Moreover, capturing 8 towns was easier said than done. Even if one managed to seize so many towns, the investments needed to develop these towns were not something an ordinary large guild could support. Most likely, only entities like super guilds would be able to operate 8 towns simultaneously at this stage of the game. However, buying a plot of land in the towns owned by super guilds was nigh impossible for their companies. That was no longer a problem that could be solved with enough money. Super guilds operated differently from ordinary large guilds. They were playing virtual reality games with the intention of monopolizing a large share of the virtual industry, and were more than capable of doing so. Hence, why would they want to split their profits with someone else? On the other hand, Zero Wing only needed to capture 1 town to gain the economic benefits of 8 towns. If their companies could gain priority in investing in Zero Wing's towns, they might be able to establish themselves in God's domain's virtual industry. How could they possibly let this opportunity get away? Seeing Shifeng remaining silent for some time after his announcement, Aqua Rose could not help but ask softly, "Guild leader, are you still not going to start the auction?" "Wait a little. There's no need to rush this matter. We'll let them digest this information first. When the time comes, they'll compete with even greater ferocity," Shifeng replied, smiling as he looked at the company representatives busy contacting their superiors. Originally, this matter of cooperation had been relatively urgent. He had even made plans to risk exposing the city building order just to gather enough funds to purchase Ouroboros's training center. The existence of a training center was simply too important to a guild. This relevance was akin to that of the current dojos. The experts nurtured in dojos would go on to participate in all sorts of competitions. Training centers were similar in this respect, where the experts nurtured in training centers would go on to participate in all sorts of virtual competitions. The only difference was that virtual competitions possessed much greater influence and competitiveness. Moreover, if Shifeng had his own training center, he could do things much more conveniently. He would have less to worry about in other matters. Most importantly, he could recruit and nurture members en masse rather than in limited numbers. He could also attract many more people to Zero Wing. This was also one of the reasons why super guilds would never have a lack of recruits each year. After all, nobody would wish to spend their entire life fighting for a half-dead guild that did not even have a proper workplace in the real world. Due to this reason, second- and third-rate guilds would often be a flash in the pan in the virtual gaming world, while first-rate guilds and above remained as steady as a mountain in the industry. After Shifeng waited for a short while, the various company representatives finally completed their tasks. They then turned to look at Shifeng, their eyes filled with appreciation for his patience. "It seems you all have prepared yourselves already. Let's begin, then," Shifeng said after getting silent confirmation from everyone present. "The starting bid for the first cooperation spot is priced at 1 billion credits. Every increment must be no less than 10 million. 1 billion, 20 million. 1 billion 30 million. 1 billion 40 million. At this moment, the various company representatives no longer hesitated as they began frantically calling out bids one after another. There were only 10 slots available. Even in the best-case scenario, only 10 companies could cooperate with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, there were 20 companies present. If some companies were slightly greedy and were willing to pay the price and gamble on Zero Wing's future, a single company might purchase 2 or even 3 slots. After all, however small a town was, there should still be no problem if it had 2 or 3 of the same virtual stores. The stores should not affect each other too greatly. Most importantly, the money they invested could still be taken back. They were merely placing a deposit for renting lands right now. Moreover, judging by the popularity of God's domain, they could already tell what the future of the virtual industry would look like. Most likely, it would be even more profitable than the real estate industry. Hence, the various companies intended to obtain as many cooperation slots as they could right now. Very quickly, the first cooperation slot's price had risen to 1,200 million. Moreover, the bidders still showed no signs of stopping. Aqua, your guild leader is simply too good at doing business. He's practically robbing them at this point, alluring Summer said, smacking her lips. This was not her first time seeing such large transactions taking place. After all, just the construction of a single 5-star hotel in the real world cost nearly 10 billion credits. It was even more expensive for 6- and 7-star hotels. However, this was definitely her first time seeing a virtual store selling for such a high price. This is nothing. Those who want to cooperate with us in the future will have to pay an even higher price, Aqua Rose said, unfazed by this situation. Although the towns in God's domain were good, they were a far cry from being comparable to a city, particularly the first player-owned city in God's domain. If not for the fact that they could not publicize the matter of the city building order yet, these companies wouldn't even have the qualifications to negotiate with Zero Wing. During the brief moment Aqua Rose was chatting with alluring Summer, the price for the cooperation slot had hit 1,300 million. However, as the bids continued increasing and were approaching 1,500 million, the number of people calling out offers started dwindling. At this moment, a clear voice resounded throughout the lounge. 2 billion. Everyone instantly turned to look at the bidder in shock. This person was none other than Phoenix Rain. This woman has lost her mind. She actually bid 2 billion. Who is she? Everyone was stunned by Phoenix Rain's bid. Although they also had that kind of money, the more they could save, the better. Is there anyone willing to place a higher bid? Shifeng asked for confirmation as he swept a glance at everyone present. He was not particularly surprised by Phoenix Rain's bid. After all, she was someone capable of obtaining a battle team slot for the Dark Arena. How could her origins be ordinary? After Shifeng sought confirmation 3 times, he sent the first official contract to Phoenix Rain. Afterwards, she simply needed to place her signature on it. When all the representatives present laid eyes on the contract, envy surfaced on their faces. They then made preparations to bid for the second contract. However, as soon as Shifeng announced the bid for the second contract, Phoenix Rain again said softly, 2 billion. Silence fell once more. The representatives all felt hatred and frustration towards Phoenix Rain's actions. What the hell is with this woman? She is simply insane. There are 10 slots available. I refuse to believe she can take down a third one. Everyone initially thought that Phoenix Rain would hit her limit after purchasing a single slot for 2 billion. They never imagined that she would repeat her feat, however. In their opinion, Phoenix Rain should have run through the funds she had on hand after spending 4 billion. She should no longer be a threat in the following bids. Unfortunately, reality proved to be far crueler than these representatives thought. Without the slightest hesitation, Phoenix Rain bought 7 slots in succession, each for 2 billion credits. Her actions thoroughly frightened all the company representatives. They even started to suspect that Phoenix Rain was merely putting on an act for Zero Wing right now. However, just as everyone was thinking this, Phoenix Rain suddenly opened her mouth and said, Guild Leader Black Flame, there's no need to continue this auction. I want all the remaining slots. I hope that the two of us can sit down and discuss the matter of cooperation further instead of continuing to waste time here. Chapter 1038, Town of Beginnings. Although Phoenix Rain did not speak loudly, everyone was still dumbfounded by her words. As for the matter of Phoenix Rain being Zero Wing's puppet, they had long since flung that idea out of their minds. Is this the background of a super first-rate guild? Aqua Rose was greatly shocked as she looked at Phoenix Rain's calm and composed demeanor. Although she had known that a very wide gap separated first-rate guilds and super first-rate guilds in terms of overall strength, number of experts, and financial strength, she never imagined that the disparity was this massive. Phoenix Rain was actually capable of purchasing all 10 slots, as if she was shopping for vegetables at the market. Just as the various company representatives were about to refute Phoenix Rain's words, Shifeng got the jump on them, saying, "Since you are going to buy the remaining slots, we can naturally proceed with the discussions. Guild leader Black Flame, you shouldn't make such a hasty decision." "That's right. There are still 3 more slots left. How would you know if we can't outcompete this lady?" The other companies immediately grew anxious. Previously, they had intended to wait until Phoenix Rain had exhausted her funds in order to purchase a slot for themselves as cheaply as possible. They never expected something like this to happen halfway through the auction. "I can choose to give up if any of you can offer more than 4 billion for any of the 3 remaining slots," Phoenix Rain said. The entire venue fell silent once more. The various company representatives all gnashed their teeth in anger as they looked at Phoenix Rain. They could not help but admit that Phoenix Rain was simply too accurate in her calculations. Although the various companies present were willing to pay a huge price to cooperate with Zero Wing, a 4 billion deposit was beyond their budget. Moreover, nobody could tell what kind of future awaited Zero Wing. If things went sour, all that money would be frozen for half a year. It was too great a risk altogether. A lunatic. This woman really is a lunatic. If the Blackwater Guild topples Zero Wing, I'd like to see just how she salvages the situation. At this point, the only thing the various company representatives could do was stand up and leave in a huff. As for Shifeng, he was inwardly ecstatic. He had never imagined that Phoenix Rain was actually this wealthy. With this, Ouroboros's training center was practically in the bag. He could even start the second phase of his plan, which was the construction in other cities of training centers that were open to the public, in the hopes of attracting players to go there and improve themselves. With this, he could earn money and recruit more newcomers with great potential into his guild. This was a business model that many major guilds adopted in the later stages of God's domain. This method had uncovered many top-tier experts in the past. Among them, the most famous one would be the Tier 6 Berserker god, Half Madness. Initially, Half Madness had only been an unknown, ordinary player. However, one day, he went to a training center run by the Super Guild Battle Wolves to play around, and the instructors there discovered that he had great potential. In the end, Battle Wolves recruited him, and everything else was history. His strength improved rapidly by leaps and bounds, and he eventually became one of Battle Wolves' mainstays. If Zero Wing could construct such God's domain training centers in various major cities in the real world early on, it could snatch some high-potential players for itself rather than let super guilds monopolize all the good stuff. Guild leader Black Flame, I've already signed the contracts. Now that all the outsiders are gone, isn't it about time we discuss the matter of cooperation? Phoenix Rain asked, smiling as she looked at Shifeng. Truthfully, she had not expected to spend so much money on this visit. Originally, she had only thought that Stone Forest Town had potential for development and was planning to invest in the town. Doing so would also help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion establish a foundation in the local industry. However, the Magic Tower was frankly too tempting. Hence, she had invested practically all the funds she had on hand right now into Zero Wing. As the manager of a guild, she knew full well just how difficult it was to develop a town. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion controlled 5 towns in total. However, none of them were particularly attractive to players. At best, players used them as a rest stop or a temporary base to save up on travel time to high-level maps. Once the protection period of these towns ended, their expenditures would definitely increase. At that time, not to mention making a profit, it would be great if the towns did not incur a deficit. If one were to compare economic benefits, all 5 of the towns combined did not even equal 1/10 of Stone Forest Town. However, if these towns also had a magic tower, players would no longer treat them as just a simple rest stop. Instead, The towns would become a mecca for players who wanted to improve their strength. Seeing as Phoenix Pavilion Master has spent so much money, I believe that your goal isn't just gaining priority in investing in Zero Wings towns. Instead, it should be the Magic Tower, correct? Shifeng said. That's right. I am indeed doing this for the Magic Tower. As long as you can construct a Magic Tower in a town I manage, I can give you 40% of the town's profits. How about it? Phoenix Rain said and nodded, her words replete with temptation. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Be it the ability to capture a town or to develop one, there was no comparison. Meanwhile, Shifeng only needed to construct a single magic tower in order to receive 40% of one town's profits. This offer would tempt anyone. I want 50%. I will also help you construct only one magic tower. Moreover, the location of the town you choose must not be in any of Starmoon Kingdom's neighboring countries, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. He could build only 4 more magic towers right now. Meanwhile, he needed at least 3 to protect a city. Hence, the most he could spare was 1 magic tower. If possible, he was more than willing to construct a few more towers for Phoenix Rain. After all, that was free money they were talking about. Moreover, the magic tower design was not unique. It was only a matter of time before other players obtained the design for it. Once the various guilds all possessed the design, the tower would no longer be valuable. Hence, he had to earn as much money off it as possible right now. As for nurturing competitors, this was simply an unnecessary worry. God's domain was just too massive. There were also countless people playing the game. On the other hand, how many players could a single town possibly contain, or even a single city? If he kept the magic tower for himself, the most he could use it for right now was as a decoration. Rather than do so, it would be much better if he converted the tower into sustained revenue. Moreover, it was much harder to operate a city than a town. The current Zero Wing would barely be able to afford the manpower and resources required. This was also the reason why he was mass recruiting members. Once he built his city, he would not have any energy to spare for managing any additional towns. All right then. However, I have another condition. You need to get it done within 3 days. Previously, Phoenix Rain still wanted to renegotiate. However, seeing Shifeng's determined demeanor, she knew that that was not going to happen. However, at the very least, she had secured 1 magic tower for herself, achieving her initial goal. That won't be a problem. Send the town's coordinates to me. When the time comes, I'll send some people over to build it. Shifeng did not mind this condition. Constructing a magic tower took only half a day, after which he would have 1 more source of income. Then he also would not have to worry about the construction fees for his city. After the 2 of them signed a contract reflecting their agreement, Phoenix Rain sent a set of coordinates to Shifeng. Savage Wildland, Town of Beginnings. What? You've actually discovered the Savage Wildland. Shifeng was momentarily surprised upon seeing the coordinates. Chapter 1039, Humanity's Origins. Shifeng's reaction astonished Phoenix Rain. The Savage Wildland was a massive, mysterious island discovered by one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters while he had been working on an epic quest. The pavilion had investigated the island in depth, and they only uncovered part of the island's secrets after much difficulty. She hadn't expected Shifeng to react as if he knew the Savage Wildland's secrets when she had sent him the location. Do you know about the Savage Wildland? Phoenix Rain asked curiously. Only after browsing the library in the Apocalypse Empire's imperial capital had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion found some information about the Savage Wildland. However, the information was very vague. The only thing it mentioned was that the Savage Wildland was the birthplace of humans, which is why the town on that massive island had been named the Town of Beginnings. Even the weakest monsters on the island were level 40. Moreover, the monsters exhibited considerably high combat standards. Even Guild Elite players could not solo the area's elite monsters of the same level. They needed to form groups of 3 to take one down. Furthermore, it was very easy to come across special elite and chieftain-ranked monsters. These monsters mostly moved in groups, making it considerably difficult to level up. This also made it difficult to attract players to the Town of Beginnings. Yet, the Town of Beginnings was too important to her. To utilize the town's true function, it needed to be promoted to a medium-sized town. She had been incredibly worried about this. Now that she had the magic tower, though, attracting players would be much easier. Yes, I've read about it in a book. I have heard it's humanity's birthplace. Shifeng nodded, though he did not reveal the frightening secret the savage wildland hid. In the past, when the savage wildland had first appeared, it had not attracted any attention whatsoever. First, it was simply too difficult to level up there. Rather than relying on the monsters, one would be better off grinding the useless monsters in low-resource areas. Moreover, the savage wildlands monsters were quite stingy. How stingy? Even after killing over 100 monsters, they wouldn't drop garbage or a single material item. One could only obtain a handful of copper coins or cheap materials by killing chieftain-ranked monsters or above. As for obtaining weapons and equipment, that was a pipe dream. Yet, nobody had imagined that this stingy island was actually a transit point connecting to other worlds. In the island's deeper regions, one sometimes came across spatial cracks that allowed players to explore other worlds. These spatial cracks were like random dungeons. However, one had to be lucky to find one. Meanwhile, these spatial cracks were only one of the savage wildland's benefits. The true value of the savage wildland was the otherworld transfer gate in the heart of the island. Players were only required to pay some magic crystals to utilize this gate. Unfortunately, players could only use the gate once per week. Due to this, a large number of players had swarmed the savage wildland in the past. However, back then, the savage wildland had already fallen under the Super Guild Pantheon's control. Anyone who wished to utilize the transfer gate had been required to pay an exorbitant fee. Despite the many other Super Guilds' complaints, none of them had been able to do anything about it as the Pantheon ruled over the town of beginnings. The other super guilds could only watch as Pantheon regulated the area and collected massive amounts of money. Hence, the fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had taken the town of beginnings had truly surprised Shifeng. Initially, Shifeng had thought of searching for the savage wildland in this life. However, activating the island had many conditions. He also did not know which conditions he would need to trigger. Hence, he had no choice but to leave the island alone for now. He had never expected this opportunity to present itself. An otherworld could effectively train players and help them improve their techniques. Clearing an otherworld also granted bountiful rewards. This was the reason why transfer tools to otherworlds were so precious and expensive. If he could take control of the transfer gate to an otherworld, it would undoubtedly provide a special training location for Zero Wings members. Guild leader Black Flame is quite knowledgeable. The pavilion has searched high and low for this information. If I had known earlier, I could have just asked you. Phoenix Rain could not help but sigh. She had mobilized all of the guild's power to learn about the savage wildland. Only after a 2-day search had they found anything. Phoenix Pavilion Master, you think too highly of me. I just like to read books about God's domain's history in my free time, Shifeng said, laughing. It seems I'll have to read about God's domain's history more often, then, Phoenix Rain replied, smiling. She felt that Shifeng's habit of reading books was a wise one, particularly books related to God's domain's history. If she did so as well, she might learn something that could come in handy in the future. Following which, Phoenix Rain said her goodbyes and returned to gather the funds she owed. As for Shifeng, he immediately notified Gentle Snow about purchasing Ouroboros' training center, having her make the necessary arrangements. After Shifeng finished assigning the necessary tasks, he secretly traveled to the teleportation hall, intending to make a trip to the savage wildland. The savage wildland wasn't currently valuable because the town of beginnings wasn't yet a medium-sized town. It couldn't yet activate its repellent magic array. The savage wildland's monsters were extremely concentrated. It was very difficult to reach the heart of the island. However, once the repellent magic array was active, the area's monsters would spread out. Generally, monsters in the wildland's outer region ranged between level 40 and level 70, while the inner region had monsters ranging between level 70 and level 100. As for the island's core, monsters around level 100 to level 120 called it home. Moreover, due to the high concentration of monsters, players could only reach the island's heart after clearing the monsters in their way. However, once the repellent magic array activated, as long as players were careful, they could enter the island's inner region without trouble. There, players could randomly encounter spatial cracks that allowed them to enter otherworlds to build their strength. Hence, once the town of beginnings became a medium-sized town, the town's popularity would experience a qualitative change. Despite the closest NPC town in the Apocalypse Empire being nearly 20 hours away from the Town of Beginnings, countless players still made the journey. Stone Forest Town was nothing in comparison. Now that Shifeng knew that the savage wildland was active, he couldn't let this opportunity get away. Others might not be able to reach the savage wildland's core, but he could. He had the 7 Luminaries ring. He could use space movement to travel directly there. Only if he accidentally came across monsters over level 100 in the core region, it was highly likely that he would die. However, Shifeng was willing to take the risk. As long as he could set coordinates for a teleportation magic array in the core region, Zero Wings members could just teleport there in the future, easily entering an otherworld to improve their strength. With one otherworld transfer gate serving as Zero Wings training grounds, in addition to the special training in the training center, what guild could possibly compete with Zero Wings' development speed? Chapter 1040, Maritime Business. Starmoon City, Blackwater's guild residence. Currently, 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, sat inside the guild leader's luxurious office. Among them, 1 man was Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, while the woman was Qin Muyun, who had been tasked with managing Blackwater's affairs in the Black Dragon Empire. However, these 2 VIPs of the Blackwater Guild had their eyes locked on the man before them. The man wore a black cloak and had tightly wrapped bandages around most of his face, preventing others from seeing his appearance or level. Moreover, he felt as if he were an illusion, as if the man would vanish if one did not pay him careful attention. "You're saying that Zero Wing can construct as many of those magic towers as they want?" Abandoned Wave asked, his brows raised in suspicion. He found this information somewhat hard to believe. Everyone throughout Starmoon Kingdom had likely discovered how powerful the Magic Tower's effects were in Stone Forest Town. The Magic Tower was precisely the reason that players had overcrowded the town. When Abandoned Wave saw the number of players traveling to and from Stone Forest Town, he could not help his jealousy. After all these players were walking sacks of coins. Although the Blackwater Corporation was wealthy, its coin income was very limited. With just the income of Stone Forest Town, it was impossible for Blackwater to wear down Zero Wing. If what the bandaged man had said was indeed true, once Zero Wing captured another 1 or 2 towns, Blackwater would not be able to compete with the guild's financial strength. I can assure you that this news is true. Moreover, Zero Wing has found a powerful financial backer. I'm afraid that within this short period, Zero Wing's strength will rise explosively once more, the bandaged man declared confidently. If we don't get rid of Zero Wing soon, we will have endless trouble in the future. I understand. I'll send some men to help Heaven's Burial with the sealing magic array's construction immediately. But how are preparations coming along? Abandoned Wave understood that this matter could no longer be delayed. If they did not remove Zero Wing soon, it would become increasingly harder to defeat the guild in the future. Moreover, young Master Jing had grown somewhat impatient and instructed him to conclude the matter swiftly. Otherwise, Blackwater would soon have another guild leader. It won't take too long. A day at most. Even if the guild dispatches every player it has, nothing will save Zero Wing when the time comes, the bandaged man laughed coldly. However, once this matter has been resolved, don't forget about our agreement. You are aware of the consequences should you forget. Rest assured, I am always a man of my word. When it is time, I'll give you what we agreed upon, Abandoned Wave said. Hearing the bandaged man's tone, Abandoned Wave's confidence grew. The main force attacking Stone Forest Town this time would not be from Blackwater or Heaven's Burial at all. Rather, it would be this bandaged man before him. Guild leader, Big Sister Ling just sent a message stating that the situation with Pantheon is a done deal. Now, we only need to decide a date for the operation, Qin Muyun suddenly reported. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic upon hearing this. Good. Muyun, lead a team to assist Heaven's Burial right away. Once the magic array is complete, we'll attack Stone Forest Town. Although capturing Stone Forest Town was already in the bag, Pantheon's help would be icing on the cake, depriving Zero Wing of every last shred of hope. Apocalypse Empire, Imperial Capital's Teleportation Hall. As soon as Shifeng arrived in the Apocalypse Empire's capital, he discovered a crowd of players filling the teleportation hall as they lined up to use the teleportation arrays. It was even more crowded than Stone Forest Town. There sure are a lot of people here. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he surveyed his surroundings. As one of the most ancient empires still in existence in God's domain, the Apocalypse Empire had a lot of players. Ordinary empires simply could not compete. The quality of the players in the teleportation hall made this clear. Among the players lining up, many were high-level independent players. Currently, God's domain's mainstream players were only level 35. However, most of the independent players here were level 37 or above, with some already at level 40. Even the Black Dragon Empire paled in comparison to the Apocalypse Empire's prosperity. However, this was also the reason that 3 major powers contested over the Apocalypse Empire, with 2 being super first-rate guilds, while the third was a super guild. Of the 2 super first-rate guilds, one was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and the other was the Miracle Guild. Battle Wolves was the super guild. Due to these 3 major powers, even first-rate guilds were forced to watch from the sidelines. With the Apocalypse Empire's massive population, whichever guild managed to take control of the empire would enjoy an explosive development speed. After all, only with more people could a guild easily recruit talented players. Even now, the 3 major powers fought each other constantly, dispatching many of their elite and expert members to the Apocalypse Empire to develop. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's choice representative to preside over the struggle for the empire was none other than Phoenix Rain. This time, Phoenix Rain had resolved to bet all of her cards on Zero Wings cooperation. Shifeng had to admit that Phoenix Rain had bet correctly. If the Town of Beginnings had a magic tower, not only could she rake in a fortune, but she could also hasten the town's promotion to a medium-sized town. The Town of Beginnings would become the cornerstone that would allow the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to take over the Apocalypse Empire. Compared to the potential profits, the initial cost was nothing. Unfortunately, while focusing on a narrow goal, Phoenix Rain had neglected an even greater opportunity. Even without taking control of the Town of Beginnings, there was a way to access the Savage Wildlands benefits. Following which, Shifeng teleported to Ocean Viewing Town. Ocean Viewing Town was the closest coastal town to the Savage Wildland. However, due to the Wildland's location in the middle of the sea, players generally rented boats for the journey. The sea was far more dangerous than land. Players had to be extremely careful when venturing across the sea. If a player carelessly allowed their boat to be destroyed, they would have to rely on their own strength to swim the rest of the way. Compared to walking, swimming in the ocean was much more taxing on a player's stamina. It was also much slower. After running out of stamina, players would ultimately drown. Due to this, despite Ocean Viewing Town's close proximity to the Savage Wildland, the trip generally took around 20 hours. When Shifeng reached Ocean Viewing Town, he did not immediately rent a boat. Instead, he visited the town hall. In the past, due to the many players rushing to the Savage Wildland, Ocean Viewing Town had also prospered. Eventually, it had even been promoted from a town to a city. The value of the town's lands had risen like crazy. However, trading these lands had not been the most profitable business. The true profits were from boat rentals. Boats were different from ordinary mounts. Although they were another mode of transportation and engineering players could construct them, their designs were exceedingly rare. Generally, players who wanted a boat of their own would use the designs that came with a shipyard. A shipyard also increased the speed of crafting boats. There were a total of 5 shipyards for sale in Ocean Viewing Town. In the past, those who had purchased these shipyards early had made a fortune when the Savage Wildland became popular. This was because the boats shipyards crafted were unlike the fishing boats that NPCs rented out. Fishing boats were slow and could only carry a few players at a time. The boats also had very low durability, and mishaps occurred easily. Hence, when traveling to the Savage Wildland, players generally rented boats that other players had crafted. With this, the normal 20-hour travel time could be cut in half. Not only could one save a lot of time, but it was also much safer to rent a player-made boat. However, it was not easy to purchase a shipyard in Ocean Viewing Town. The first requirement was a high enough reputation. Without that, the mayor would refuse to sell. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, which had only recently discovered the Savage Wildland, didn't have enough reputation to purchase one, even if it realized the value of shipyards. It was simply impossible for the pavilion to collect enough reputation points to become an ocean-viewing town baron within this short period. However, Shifeng was different. Upon entering the town hall, Shifeng switched to the city protector title. The title allowed him to enjoy the benefits of a major noble, which was the equivalent of a viscount, in every human town and city. He now qualified to purchase a shipyard in ocean-viewing town. Chapter 1041 Medium Shipyard. When Shifeng entered the town hall, there were only a few other players in the building. They were all independent players, not guild players. The lands in God's Domain's NPC cities were very expensive. Generally, only guilds could afford them. It was practically impossible to find a lone player who could afford these lands as well. However, it was a different story for NPC towns. The lands here were many times cheaper. Take Ocean Viewing Town, for example. Its normal lands only cost 200 to 300 gold, while the lands around the town center cost 500 to 600 gold. Even the most expensive land, which had an excellent view of the ocean, cost around 900 gold. Generally, expert players of considerable skill could afford these lands after their Tier 2 promotion. In the past, many players who could not afford houses in NPC cities would build their houses on lands in towns with a good view or in prosperous towns. As a port town, even without access to the savage wildland, Ocean Viewing Town's lands were a valuable investment. After all, as players reached higher levels, players would unlock more in-game systems in God's Domain. For example, the Maritime merchant system. In God's Domain, one could earn money from other players as well as NPCs. Helping NPC merchants transport their goods was one way to do so, earning a sizable income. If one managed themselves properly, obtaining their own fleet of ships and gaining popularity among NPCs, they could make far more than expert players. This was precisely the reason that port towns had become so popular among independent players, particularly merchant players, in the past. Due to such systems, even players who were weak in battle could make a living in God's Domain. Sometimes, if one were lucky and encountered some miracle, one could obtain weapons and equipment that even expert players would envy. Currently, independent players capable of purchasing Ocean Viewing Town's lands were either merchants with some achievement or representatives from small-scale workshops that planned to invest. When the several cloaked players who were choosing lands noticed Shifeng enter the building, they all turned with cautious expressions. They looked at Shifeng as if he had come to steal their prey. Suddenly, an NPC administrator in a suit and tie approached Shifeng. The NPC administrator then asked respectfully, "Lord Protector, how may I serve you today?" "I want to purchase a shipyard," Shifeng said. "All right, please follow me to the second floor. The information regarding the available shipyards will be brought to you right away." Upon hearing Shifeng's request, the administrator led Shifeng to the second floor's lounge, showing Shifeng as much respect as the town's mayor. The several merchant players who had been wary of Shifeng were stupefied. Who is that? Why is Administrator Joseph showing so much respect? Is he already a baron in Ocean Viewing Town? That can't be right. Joseph wouldn't even treat a town's baron like that. To win over Senior Administrator Joseph, they had tried all sorts of methods to raise his favorability of them. They had done so to persuade the Senior Administrator to show them more lands. Yet, Senior Administrator Joseph immediately led Shifeng to the second floor when he arrived. The second floor. Despite their struggles to become nobles of Ocean Viewing Town, they still didn't qualify to explore the second floor. These several merchant players could not help but envy Shifeng. Like anywhere else, one needed sufficient reputation to purchase Ocean Viewing Town's lands. Ordinary nobles had to remain on the first floor and choose from the town's most basic lands. Even then, not all ordinary lands would be available. Only by raising one's favorability with the senior administrator would the latter present more strategically situated lands. Generally, only the town's barons qualified to climb the stairs to the second floor. On the second floor, most of the town's lands were available for purchase. As a baron, one would even receive discounts. Shortly after Shifeng entered the second floor lounge, Senior Administrator Joseph brought all documents relating to the town's shipyards. Lord Protector, Ocean Viewing Town has a total of 6 shipyards. Here are the related documents, Joseph said as he carefully placed the documents before Shifeng. He then retreated to the side, not daring to disturb Shifeng in the slightest. 6 shipyards? Weren't there only supposed to be 5? Shifeng was somewhat surprised. He was relatively familiar with Ocean Viewing Town. In the past, he had visited the savage wildland multiple times. He could clearly remember that there had only been 5 shipyards. Lord Protector, there were only 5 shipyards before. However, due to the Far Ocean trading firm's bad luck and recent shipwreck, the firm had been forced to sell its shipyard to recuperate financially. The firm has asked us to help sell its shipyard. The mayor has stated that if this shipyard has not sold after a month, he will take the shipyard as collateral and issue the Far Ocean trading firm a loan. I have heard that the trading firm recently built this shipyard to produce its new cargo ship, Joseph explained in detail. New cargo ship? Shifeng's interest was immediately piqued. Ship designs were almost as rare as fragmented legendary items. Moreover, owning a design was one thing, but producing the ship was another. Constructing a common ship wasn't a big deal. However, for high-quality ships, construction was extremely troublesome. Finding the raw materials alone was costly in both time and money. Most importantly, ship designs were similar to the Magic Tower design, in which both were limited-use items. Usually one could construct 10 ships from one design. Even after 10 years, high-quality ships had still been considerably rare. God's Domain's ocean was expansive. Moreover, many miraculous encounters and treasures were available on the ocean's islands and secret areas. Without a ship of considerable quality, death was likely when exploring the sea. Due to these 2 reasons, players in the past had been very willing to rent, even purchase, high-quality ships, even for an absurd cost. Following which, Shifeng began to browse the documents. Shifeng took 10 minutes to look through all of the information. As Joseph had said, the Far Ocean trading firm had researched a new cargo ship. Although the ship was only common rank, it was 15% faster than the other 5 shipyards' cargo ships. Moreover, its carrying capacity and durability were 20% higher. Aside from bronze or higher-ranked cargo ships, this was the best choice for merchant players. The only problem was the price. Although this was a town, a shipyard was different from lands. Even a small shipyard could sell for 10,000 gold, not to mention a recently built medium shipyard. In God's Domain, the size of a shipyard determined the types of ship it could construct. Not only could a medium shipyard produce small ships, but it could also construct medium ships. For example, a cargo ship was a medium ship. The Far Ocean trading firm's asking price was 30,000 gold. At this price, Shifeng could purchase 3 plots of golden land in a major city. Chapter 1042 Bronze Speedboat. Shifeng had to admit that the Far Ocean trading firm's price was quite high. Normally, medium shipyards only went for 20,000 gold. He could purchase another small shipyard with the additional 10,000 gold. 30,000 gold was almost everything Shifeng had on him. Previously, he had spent quite a bit to deal with the Dark Guilds. Afterward, he had constructed the Magic Tower, the large-scale battle arena, and hired hundreds of NPC managers. The money he earned in the past several days had vanished in an instant. Shifeng had only planned to spend 20,000 gold to buy a medium shipyard, while leaving the remaining 10,000 gold to start the Magic Tower's construction in the Town of Beginnings. Now his plans had been disrupted. However, even if the price were high, Shifeng steeled himself to make the purchase. He had encountered a golden opportunity this time. Shifeng could clearly remember that in the past, Ocean Viewing Town only had 5 shipyards. A 6th hadn't existed. Moreover, based on Joseph's explanation, this shipyard would be available for 1 month. If a player did not purchase it within the month, this new shipyard would no longer be up for sale. In the past, players had likely missed out on this opportunity. As for the Far Ocean trading firm's recent shipwreck, in Shifeng's opinion, it was very likely due to the activation of the Savage Wildland. After the Savage Wildland activated, the nearby water became far more dangerous. If Shifeng missed this opportunity, he would not have the chance to buy it again. In the past, among the 5 shipyards available, 1 had been a medium shipyard, while the other 4 had been small shipyards. A smart guild would purchase the medium shipyard as soon as possible. This way, not only could it be used to craft small boats, which were a general means of transportation for players, but it could also craft cargo ships to do merchant work. Medium shipyards had far better facilities than their smaller brethren. The production speed medium shipyards was also 30% faster than small shipyards. Moreover, medium shipyards had a higher success rate when manufacturing small ships. With control of Ocean Viewing Town's medium shipyard, one would have control of nearly half of the town's maritime income, much less the Far Ocean trading firm's shipyard, which could produce a new kind of cargo ship. With that shipyard, Shifeng might be able to snag a share of the nearby town's market in addition to Ocean Viewing Towns. "I'll buy the new shipyard then," Shifeng said softly after suppressing the excitement in his heart. Hearing this, Joseph quickly and carefully responded, "Lord Protector, as we do not own this shipyard, and it has only been consigned to us, the most we can offer is a 5% discount. You will have to pay a total of 28,500 gold." A city protector's status was the equivalent of a major noble's. Even Ocean Viewing Town's mayor had to address Shifeng carefully. Shifeng was not someone a town administrator could afford to provoke. "All right, here's the money." Shifeng was not particularly surprised as he handed over the stated amount. A shipyard was not a land. Normally, a major noble would only receive a 10% discount when purchasing one. He was lucky to receive a 5% discount for a time-sensitive event like this. At the very least, he saved 1,500 gold. That was the equivalent of a poorly attributed epic item. However, he was now broke. He had less than 3,000 gold on his person. Shifeng suddenly felt as if he were drifting further and further away from his 150,000 gold target. A moment later, Senior Administrator Joseph brought Shifeng the deed to the Far Ocean shipyard. After Shifeng verified the information, he rushed to the town's port. He decided to set aside the Far Ocean shipyard's operations until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. Unlike producing weapons and equipment, which only required one player, the construction of even a small speedboat required 10 engineers. Medium ships required 30 to 40 engineers. Moreover, the engineers could be no lower than intermediate rank. Otherwise, the success rate would be too low and would result in losses. It was not easy to operate a shipyard. It was not a problem that could be solved with enough money. One needed a small army of engineers. Moreover, apprentice engineers were utterly useless for this task. To run a medium shipyard smoothly, one needed at least 100 intermediate engineers. If one wanted higher production success rates, it would be best to have at least 10 advanced engineers producing the ship's core components. As for the new cargo ship the Far Ocean shipyard had researched, it required even more than usual. The one ship required 50 intermediate engineers. In addition, the ship's core required 5 advanced engineers. Intermediate engineers did not qualify to touch the core component. Only after fulfilling these requirements could they manufacture this new cargo ship at the standard speed. Hence, Shifeng planned to wait until Melancholic Smiles Group returned. He needed 5 advanced engineers at the very least to begin the ship's construction. Otherwise, he would have to rely on small speedboats to earn money, wasting away the advantage of the new cargo ship. When he reached Ocean Viewing Town's port, Shifeng discovered many small fishing boats tied to the docks. Players could rent or purchase these boats. Only they were somewhat expensive to purchase outright. Ordinary players couldn't afford them. Even the crappiest fishing boat, which could only accommodate a maximum of 4 people at a time, sold for 3 gold. A fishing boat that could hold up to 6 players cost 5 gold. As for fishing boats with a small sail, their prices were even more absurd, with the most common selling for 10 gold. However, one had to admit that it was worth every coin. Fishing boats with sails were 10% faster than those without. Moreover, they possessed the passive skill, sail along the wind. Players could increase their speed by another 20% with the wind in their sails. This way, players could escape sea monsters easily, avoiding the risk of losing both their lives and their ship. Renting a boat was far cheaper than purchasing one. One was only required to pay a deposit of half the value of the boat's selling price and a 5% rental fee of once every 3 days. If the boat were damaged, players were only required to cover the repair fees. In the event that the boat was destroyed completely, however, one was required to compensate the owner in full within a fixed time. If one failed to do so, the owner would place a bounty on their head. Moreover, the bounty contract would not expire, only letting the player rest once it was fulfilled. Hence, players were extremely careful with their rentals. At the same time, if they had the money, they would just buy one. Shifeng could already see quite a few small fishing boats sailing across the ocean. These boats all carried a party of players. With a full party, players had a higher chance of surviving while they explored the islands. Players rarely explored the islands by themselves. In God's domain, small islands were like party dungeons. However, there were both good and bad small islands. If players encountered a good island, they might find a treasure chest, instantly making a fortune. If players encountered a bad island, however, they might leave with nothing. Generally, the treasure chests on a small island could range from common to dark gold rank. Though, the higher-ranked treasure chests had lower probabilities of appearing. Generally, players only found common and bronze treasure chests on small islands. Even so, players could still profit off of them. They were even more profitable than raiding party dungeons or questing. That was why so many independent players were willing to brave the sea. After reaching the port, Shifeng did not choose to visit the boat chartering association to rent a boat. Instead, he walked towards the market beside the port. The market offered many items. NPC merchants from many countries had gathered here, offering more than those in typical NPC towns. After multiple twists and turns through the market, Shifeng finally stood before a 2-story building called Doll's Workshop. Hopefully, nobody has triggered the hidden quest yet. Shifeng inwardly prayed as he stepped into Doll's Workshop. In the past, the most famous quest in Ocean Viewing Town had been the chain quest that awarded a bronze speedboat. Back then, when the player had completed that quest series and received the reward, he had instantly become a target of envy. After all, most players at that time had still been renting fishing boats from NPCs. Even after guilds had purchased a small shipyard, the small ships they produced were only common rank. They could not produce bronze speedboats. After that player obtained the bronze speedboat, he had generously announced the method of triggering and completing said quest on the forums. Unfortunately, that quest was unique. After its completion, no other player could trigger the quest, much less obtain that particular reward. This quest could be triggered in Doll's Workshop. Chapter 1043, Godly Player. Among the many workshops in the port market, Doll's Workshop was not particularly eye-catching. However, it was the oldest workshop in Ocean Viewing Town and had been created by a Grandmaster engineer. The workshop had existed for over 300 years. Logically, even if it were not famous throughout the Apocalypse Empire, a Grandmaster engineer's workshop should be the most famous in the Ocean Viewing Town. Unfortunately, its decline due to the workshop's inheritors, worse with each generation, letting the workshop to fall into its current state. At this point, almost nobody remembered Doll's Workshop's past glory. However, the workshop's current owner was quite talented. After inheriting the engineering notes from his predecessors, he had been obsessed with researching the notes to become a master engineer. Meanwhile, the hidden quest was helping the current inheritor of Doll's Workshop, Rodney, become a master engineer. If the player succeeded, they would earn a bronze speedboat. In God's domain, the value of a bronze speedboat could rival that of an epic item. A common speedboat could carry up to 2 parties of 6, and it was 20% faster than fishing boats. Moreover, it came with the accelerate skill and braving the winds and waves passive skill. Both were necessary for adventuring on the open ocean. A bronze speedboat could hold a team of 20, and its speed and durability were 15% higher than a common speedboat. A bronze speedboat also possessed offensive capabilities. In terms of life-saving capabilities, the bronze speedboat was multiple times stronger than the common speedboat. The player that had obtained the bronze speedboat had formed a relatively good maritime adventurer group and had ventured into dangerous waters that other players had not dared to explore, becoming quite famous in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon entering Doll's Workshop, Shifeng discovered several other players waiting in the basketball court-sized workshop as well. When Shifeng entered the building, these players turned to him with hostile glares. Sure enough, others have discovered it. Shifeng could not help but sigh. However, after giving it some thought, he found this outcome to be reasonable. Ocean Viewing Town might not be particularly big, but there were quite a few players who traveled here to level. Among them, there was no lack of experts. It wasn't surprising that someone had discovered the hidden quest. The independent players inside the workshop were such experts. There were a total of 5 of them, and the lowest leveled among them was level 39, while the highest was a level 40 expert. These 5 people were clearly divided into 2 groups, with a level 40 ranger leading the group of 3, while a level 39 oracle traveled with 1 companion. These players all wore considerably good equipment. Despite being independent players, their equipment was all level 35 secret silver rank or above, with the majority being level 35 fine gold equipment. Their equipment could rank at the peak among independent players. Although 2 expert parties had already accepted the quest, Shifeng paid them no mind. Instead, he approached the level 70 male shopkeeper directly. "Hello, I wish to meet with your shop owner," Shifeng said, smiling. Any player could accept this hidden quest. However, only the player who helped Rodney become a master engineer would receive the final reward. The first step of the quest was to meet with Rodney. However, when Shifeng mentioned his request, the level 40 ranger snorted with amusement. Trying to meet the shop owner from the get-go was a dream. Ordinary people would assume that the male shopkeeper was an ordinary shopkeeper. In reality, however, the shopkeeper was Rodney's apprentice. If players could not get past this apprentice, they would not be allowed to meet Rodney. To meet with Rodney, they had spent 4 days gradually raising their favorability with the apprentice. Only then would the apprentice introduce them to Rodney to help fulfill the latter's wish. The moment the male shopkeeper's eyes touched upon the cloaked Shifeng, he immediately stood up and responded respectfully, "Lord Protector, I'll notify my master right away. Please wait here for a moment." The major noble of a city. Even a true master engineer had to treat someone of such stature with some form of respect, much less an advanced engineer like his master, Rodney. What? How can he meet Rodney so easily? The 5 waiting players' jaws dropped. Before they could react, hasty footsteps echoed from the 2nd floor. After a short moment, a middle-aged, brawny man with disheveled hair came running down the stairs. What? Didn't the shopkeeper say that Rodney was very busy? Crap, just who is that? Is he one of those godly players? The 5 waiting players were stupefied. They had come to Dahl's workshop to meet with Rodney. However, as Rodney had been manufacturing an item when they had arrived, they were forced to wait in the workshop until Rodney was done. Yet after an hour, they saw no sign of the man. On the other hand, Shifeng had only spoken a sentence to summon Rodney. Upon seeing Shifeng, Rodney's serious expression transformed into respect as he said, "Lord Protector, I am Rodney, the owner of this workshop. May I know why my lord has come looking for me? I have heard that you've been trying to get promoted to a master engineer for a while. I have a method that can assist you in transitioning smoothly. May I know if you are interested?" Shifeng was not surprised by Rodney's respectful attitude. The power of an advanced title was no trifling matter. Rodney could not hope to compare to his status. Hence, there was no need to waste time on courtesy, fawning over the NPC. Hearing Shifeng's suggestion, Rodney's eyes immediately lit up. His excitement was obvious. "Lord Protector, if you can help me with my promotion to Master Engineer, I will pay any price," Rodney answered and bowed, anticipation filling his eyes. Becoming a Master Engineer was his lifelong wish. Moreover, he wanted to revitalize Dahl's workshop with his own hands. Following which, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System. Hidden Quest Master's Dream triggered. Quest content. Help Rodney become a Master Engineer. Rewards unknown. "Let's continue our conversation upstairs," Shifeng laughed. Although his quest had a different name than the one in the past, the task was the same. "My lord, this way, please." As soon as Rodney heard this, he led the way. "That! Lord Rodney, what about us?" The 5 independent players could no longer sit by. "Wait there for a while. I have matters to discuss with my lord," Rodney dismissed them, annoyed. The 5 immediately fell silent, afraid that their quest would be revoked should they anger Rodney. Just who was that? He's impressive, even when accepting a quest. It would be great if I could make his acquaintance. I wonder if this god is accepting apprentices. Although they had accepted plenty of high-ranking quests, this was the first time they saw an NPC beg a player to accept one. After reaching the 2nd floor, Shifeng noticed all sorts of precious materials scattered around the hall. There were also plenty of engineering tools about. After taking a seat, Rodney asked anxiously, "Lord Protector, may I know what I should do to become a master engineer?" Chapter 1044, Promotion Condition. Despite Rodney's excitement, Shifeng did not hurry to answer the brawny man's question. Rather, he observed the second floor quietly. While there were various precious materials present, the place was considerably shabby. The room's mana density was too low. The environment was nothing like that of a proper workshop. Take Celiora's smithy, for example. Although the woman's smithy looked shabby on the outside, numerous magic arrays coated the building's interior, constantly gathering large amounts of mana and keeping the workplace's mana density high. Yet, the second-floor hall of Dahl's workshop did not have any magic arrays. The density of the ambient mana in here was the same as the building's exterior. Even a player would have a difficult time gaining the promotion to Master Engineer, not to mention an NPC. Yet, despite working in such an environment, Rodney had eventually become a Master Engineer in the past. Rodney's talent was obvious. Back then, aside from relying on the super-rare materials players had collected, Rodney had become a Master Engineer because of his excellent engineering tools. These were similar to the hammer and flames forgers used. Despite Rodney's inheritance of Dahl's workshop, his current tools were only bronze rank. Hence, the Hidden Quest's final phase was to collect a set of mysterious iron engineering tools for him. To put it bluntly, Rodney's promotion to Master Engineer had taken so long despite his great talent, because he was too poor. What would the deceased Grandmaster Dahl think if he learned about this? After catching a glimpse of Rodney's financial situation, Shifeng shifted his gaze back to Rodney and asked seriously, "Your promotion is simple, but before that, may I know if you are interested in consulting for my trading firm?" In God's domain, players were allowed to hire lifestyle NPCs in the same way that they were allowed to hire NPC managers to manage their shops. Only hiring ordinary lifestyle NPCs was not particularly worthwhile. Lifestyle NPCs' production was slower than players. Although they had slightly higher success rates when producing ordinary items, which already had considerably high success rates, speed was the focus. With the few items an ordinary lifestyle NPC could produce in a day, the profits wouldn't even come close to covering the employment costs. Hence, when players hired lifestyle NPCs, they usually only hired NPC masters, as they could craft rare and valuable products. The income from these products was enough to make up for the NPC's slow production speed. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to employ an NPC master. Every NPC master possessed status roughly on par with city's major nobles. For example, when Celiora was a master, even Weissman, White River City's Tier 4 magistrate, had to take her seriously. However, after Celiora became a Grandmaster, her status surpassed Weissman's. Even Starmoon Kingdom's king had to treat Celiora with respect. Because of this, it was extremely difficult to hire an NPC master. Generally, there were only two methods to employ such an NPC. The first method was very direct. Players simply needed to offer conditions that could even tempt NPC masters. However, very few individuals or guilds were capable of this method. The second method was to recruit and invest in a lifestyle NPC who was still at the advanced rank, but had the potential to become a master. While this method was much cheaper than the first, luck would determine whether or not the NPC reached the master rank. Since Shifeng already knew Rodney's potential, he could not let this chance slip away. Whether it was manufacturing boats or the bronze engineering locomotive, a master engineer could achieve them with ease. If he had the help of an NPC like this, he could earn all the money he needed whenever he needed. Hearing Shifeng's proposal, Rodney's passionate gaze immediately cooled. Determinately, he said, "Lord Protector, as the inheritor to Dahl's workshop, my only wish is to revitalize this workshop. Please allow me to refuse your offer." "Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I'm not asking you to join my trading firm. I just want you to help me with producing some items." Shifeng had not expected it to be that easy. Hence, he took a step back and loosened his condition. "No matter how I look at it, Dahl's workshop will need a lot of money to grow strong again. I'll pay the normal employment rates even after I help with your promotion." Rodney hesitated. After pondering for some time, he said, "If my lord helps me become a master, I will promise to work for my lord for 3 months. How about it?" "All right then, 3 months it is." Shifeng sighed helplessly. He had to admit that Rodney was a tough nut. If he hadn't had the City Protector title, Rodney probably wouldn't have even offered 3 months. However, during these 3 months, on the holy city of Titan, the candlelight trading firm should be able to give birth to a master engineer. With Rodney's help, they could make it through the next few months. Following which, Shifeng took out a set of mysterious iron engineering tools and an old design that was as large as a table. He gave Rodney the tools to ensure a high success rate with the new item's production. As for the design, it was the basic mana-gathering magic array. This was something he obtained when he had killed Stone Forest Town's ruler, Surya. When activated, this item would increase the mana density within an area of 30 by 30 yards. However, it had an operating cost of 50 magic crystals per hour, and barely 2 players had enough room to spar within its coverage. Using it to train one's combat techniques regularly was too much of a luxury. Hence, Shifeng had never bothered with it. Now, however, the magic array was the perfect item to make up for Rodney's poor work environment. Following which, Shifeng spent 50 magic crystals to set up a basic mana-gathering magic array in the second-floor hall before using the design to activate the magic array. Immediately, the floor's mana density began to rise. In a short moment, the mana density surpassed that of the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower. What a high mana density! Rodney could not help his surprise. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such dense mana. Even a casual breath cleared his mind. He could maintain his calm and focus like never before. "Try creating something now," Shifeng said as he pointed towards the workstation a short distance away. Before this, Rodney lacked both good tools and a good environment. Now that these deficiencies had been supplemented, with Rodney's talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a master engineer. "Thank you, my lord." Rodney repeatedly thanked Shifeng. He then went to his workstation and attempted to create an item. Sure enough, half an hour later, an ecstatic expression brightened Rodney's face. He had successfully created a boat's power source. When Shifeng looked at Rodney's details again, the latter's introduction text had changed from being an advanced engineer to a master engineer. Suddenly, the sound of the quest completion notification reached Shifeng's ears. System: Unique Quest Master's Dream completed. Following which, Shifeng's experience bar increased by 15%, pushing him to 19% of level 44. The awarded EXP surpassed Shifeng's expectations. "Lord Protector, truly thank you. I finally have the chance to revitalize Dahl's workshop. I don't have much to offer as a show of gratitude, so please, take this ancient speedboat. Lord Dahl crafted this speedboat personally, and it has always been treasured in the workshop. I hope that my lord will accept it." Rodney revealed a palm-sized glass bottle. Inside the bottle was a miniature speedboat, floating on a layer of water. Pulsating magic patterns decorated the speedboat's body. At first glance, it was obvious that the speedboat was extraordinary. Wasn't it supposed to be bronze rank? Shifeng was thunderstruck when he saw this speedboat. He couldn't take his eyes off of it. Chapter 1045, Tyrant of the Seas. What rank is it? Shifeng had seen the awarded bronze speedboat in the past. The speedboat back then had not possessed any magic patterns, yet this one did. In Shifeng's memories, any ship that possessed magic patterns had been at least mysterious iron rank. Following which, Shifeng accepted the glass bottle and checked the speedboat's attributes. Swift Dragon Speedboat, Secret Silver rank, an item created by a Grandmaster engineer. Maximum capacity, 30 people durability 500/500. Additional active skill 1 Dragon Cannon, range 1,000 yards. Deals a devastating blow to a radius of 15 yards. Cooldown 15 seconds. Additional active skill 2 Energy Pulse. Paralyzes all enemies within a 50 yards. Cooldown 1 minute. Additional active skill 3 Accelerate. Instantly increases movement speed by 100% for 20 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Magic Barrier. Envelopes the ship in a magic barrier, granting immunity to all spells and reduces physical damage received by 60% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional passive skill, Braving the Winds and Waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. As expected of a Grandmaster's creation, Shifeng was shocked. He had seen many high-ranking speedboats before. He had even seen fine gold speedboats. However, Speedboats of such rank were impossible for ordinary guilds to obtain. Only super guilds had any hope of owning their own. Meanwhile, the Swift Dragon speedboat's skills was in no way inferior to fine gold speedboats. In the past, the best speedboat Shadow had obtained had only been mysterious iron rank. Compared to the Swift Dragon speedboat, that speedboat was garbage. With this speedboat, even delving into dangerous sea zones could be possible. As Shifeng held the Swift Dragon speedboat, he recalled numerous islands that had been famous in the past. These islands had offered extremely abundant resources. God's Domain Sea was vast. Its islands were like secret locations or super large-scale dungeons that contained countless treasures such as ancient secret lands, treasure chests, super rare materials, and various kinds of ore. Hence, maritime exploration was no less important to the various large guilds than land exploration. However, maritime exploration was different from land exploration. Not only did maritime exploration test players' strength, but it also had stringent hardware requirements. If a player's hardware did not meet those requirements, they would not be qualified to explore dangerous waters. This was because sea monsters were different from the common monsters on land. They were not easy to defeat. Even the weakest sea monster was the equivalent of a chieftain on land. As for their HP, it was multiple times higher than land chieftains. In addition, the water greatly enhanced these sea monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players were restricted and couldn't use their full strength. As a result, even a full party of players had to flee if they encountered a common sea monster of the same level. Fortunately, there were very few sea monsters in normal sea zones. Those players weren't nearly as dangerous. In the more dangerous sea zones, sea monsters were far more common. Parties of ordinary players were guaranteed to lose their lives. At the very least, one needed a bronze speedboat to approach dangerous sea zones. This was also why he had come to Dahl's workshop. Based on Shifeng's knowledge, there was a small island hidden in a dangerous sea zone. The island contained a manatite vein. Moreover, it was a slightly rich vein. When the vein had been discovered, it had caused a commotion throughout the Apocalypse Empire, inciting a war between the Empire's various large guilds. The war then had sent tremors throughout God's domain. After all, magic crystals were important, regardless of the era. Over 50 guilds had participated in the contest for the manatite vein, with the weakest being third-rate guilds. The war had been between three factions led by Battle Wolves, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Miracle. The maritime battle had incurred tremendous losses for all three, with the death toll reaching the millions. Moreover, these were not the deaths of ordinary players, but guild elites. Currently, God's Domain had only launched a short time ago. It was still impossible for current players to reach that island. Hence, before completing the hidden quest, Shifeng had planned to try traveling there. If he succeeded and claimed the manatite vein, the development issues that would plague his future city would vanish. One could not complete a city by simply constructing an empty shell. The money and resources involved in a city's operation were astronomical. Even super guilds could barely afford to run a city, much less the current Zero Wing. The most important resource, of course, was the mana crystal. Unlike the magic tower, whose daily operation only cost 500 magic crystals, the mana tower cost 4,000 magic crystals each day. There were also many other establishments that required magic crystals as a power source. Now that the town's safety had been dealt with, he had to deal with the city's construction and developmental problems. He needed to claim a manatite vein. Originally, Shifeng had not been particularly confident of reaching the island. Now that he had the Swift Dragon speedboat, however, his confidence grew. Following which, Shifeng signed a contract with Rodney, stipulating that Rodney would work for Shifeng for 3 months. The first task he assigned the master engineer was to construct the power source of his shipyard's new cargo ship. After settling his affairs with Rodney, Shifeng left Dahl's workshop and prepared to make a trip to the savage wildland. As soon as Shifeng reached the docks, he discovered many players shouting to form parties. 4 waiting for 2. We already have a boat ready. The route is guaranteed to be safe. We'll set off once we have 2 powerful level 39 DPS. Requesting companions to rent a boat together. Level 37 cleric looking for a party. Level 39 powerful MT looking for a strong party. Hundreds of players were trying to form parties. The scene was quite lively. Moreover, their requirements were high. This was nothing like White River City's party-forming area. Most of these parties were looking for players level 39 or above. Moreover, members must have secret silver rank equipment or above. Fellow brother, are you looking to sail? Since you are alone, why don't you join our party? Once we reach an island, we'll split the items equally. As Shifeng was walking towards the sea, a level 40 male elementalist suddenly approached and sent him an invitation. Although Shifeng wore a black cloak, he had used the demon mask to adjust his appearance and displayed himself as a level 40 swordsman. Even among this crowd, players who had reached this level were rare. Originally, Shifeng had thought of rejecting the invitation. However, when his eyes landed upon this male elementalist's name, a surprised expression briefly appeared on his face. Hovering Feather. In the past, everyone in the Apocalypse Empire had known this name. He had been known as the Tyrant of the Seas. Although he had only been a Tier 5 Grand Wizard during his peak, even Tier 6 God-rank players tried not to provoke him. It had all been due to this man's ownership of 2 legendary items. Tier 6 God-ranked players had been no match for him, particularly out at sea. Chapter 1046, Ancient Ruins. Shifeng had heard about many of Hovering Feather's miraculous deeds. During God's Domain's early stages, Hovering Feather had been an independent player. By relying on his extraordinary strength and luck, he formed a considerably powerful adventurer team. However, for some unknown reason, he had provoked the Super First-Rate Guild Miracle. As a Super First-Rate Guild and one of the Apocalypse Empire's 3 major powers, it would be a piece of cake to eliminate a single adventurer team. Sure enough, without any suspense, Hovering Feather and his team had been massacred. However, as if he were blessed by heaven, Hovering Feather had obtained a fragmented legendary item while exploring an island. This boosted his strength. In addition to the fact that he was an independent player, making him very difficult to track, even Miracle's experts had not been able to do anything to the man. Despite the guild having dispatched its apex experts numerous times, not only had they allowed Hovering Feather to escape every time, but the latter had also caused some damage. As Hovering Feather had risen to prominence in the Apocalypse Empire, one of his fellow brothers had sold him out and given his coordinates to Miracle. In the end, he had been surrounded, and the guild's experts had killed him. Not only had he lost his fragmented legendary item, but he had also lost nearly half of his equipment, decreasing his strength sharply. He lost the strength to contend with Miracle. As for the brother that had betrayed him, he had joined Miracle officially and became one of its core members. On the other hand, Hovering Feather's life in God's Domain had hit rock bottom. Everyone had assumed that Hovering Feather had been finished. However, sometime later, the Elementalist had appeared in the public eye once again. Moreover, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation as he managed to defeat over a dozen Apex experts from Miracle in a row, instantly becoming famous throughout God's Domain. This incident had enraged Miracle. In response, the guild had dispatched a party led personally by an old monster to annihilate Hovering Feather. Yet, no one had expected Hovering Feather to survive and escape from the old monster's pursuit. However, this incident was precisely the reason that everyone had learned about Hovering Feather's secret. It turned out that, while the Elementalist had hidden from the public eye, he had come across a legendary item. It was this legendary item that had allowed Hovering Feather to escape the old monster. Afterward, Hovering Feather had learned how to play wisely. He would not ashore unless absolutely necessary, practically living out his time in God's Domain out at sea. The sea was both vast and extremely dangerous. Even Miracle could not reach the Elementalist. Sometime later, the Battle Wolves took a fancy on Hovering Feather's potential and extended an olive branch. To exact his revenge on Miracle, Hovering Feather agreed to join Battle Wolves and became one of the Super Guild's mainstays. In the end, he had harassed and caused Miracle plenty of trouble during the guild's maritime exploration. Many independent players had lauded Hovering Feather's exploits as classics in God's Domain. Shifeng then glanced at the 4 players watching Hovering Feather from a distance. Among these 4 players, the lowest leveled was a level 38 Oracle, while the other 3 were all level 39 players. Including a level 40 Elementalist like Hovering Feather, the party was quite strong. "Which island are you guys heading to?" Shifeng asked. Based on the previous timeline, Hovering Feather should only be starting to form his adventurer team right about now. Although it was somewhat difficult to rope him into Zero Wing, there was no harm in getting acquainted. If his route happened to pass by Hovering Feather's destination, he could let the Elementalist's party tag along. Our destination is the distant Golden Sands archipelago. Although the way there is somewhat dangerous, very few players have headed that way. The resources are still abundant. Even if we don't find treasure chests or special party dungeons, we can harvest quite a lot of materials for money. As for the route to the archipelago, our party already has a safe route from the secret pavilion. As long as we are careful, nothing will happen on our way, Hovering Feather explained quickly when he noticed Shifeng's interest. The Golden Sands archipelago? Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as he looked at Hovering Feather. Shifeng had visited the Golden Sands archipelago in the past. The archipelago was a medium-sized island, and only a short distance away from the savage wildland. The archipelago was also very close to a dangerous sea zone. With players' current standards, the trip was very risky. However, Hovering Feather's achievements in the past had most likely been closely related to this risk-taking behavior. Had he played God's Domain like other ordinary players and only operated around the islands close to Ocean Viewing Town, he'd have to be absurdly lucky to achieve any notable feats. Risk and opportunity came hand in hand when exploring the sea. Meanwhile, the Golden Sands archipelago included considerably resource-rich islands. The most famous were the ancient ruins in the archipelago's core. There was a mysterious merchant inside these ancient ruins. Every week, this merchant would sell rare items. If one were lucky, they might even find the merchant while he had epic items for sale. However, the only form of currency this merchant accepted was magic crystals. Moreover, the conversion rate was not even half of the market price, making the exchange not worthwhile. Although the merchant sometimes sold items that were worth the harsh prices. Shifeng had planned to make a trip to the Golden Sands archipelago after he finished constructing the magic tower. However, making a trip to the archipelago before heading to the savage wildland wouldn't be a bad idea, either. I can tag along with you. However, after we arrive at the location, I want to go off on my own. Will that be all right? Shifeng asked. After giving the matter some thought, Hovering Feather nodded and said, I have no issues with it. In reality, reaching the destination safely by working together was the purpose of forming parties before a voyage. As for whether the party disbanded or not afterward, that was not important. After all, players could simply use the return scroll to teleport back to town. Following which, Hovering Feather led Shifeng to convene with his other party members and introduced everyone. Currently, Shifeng did nothing to disguise his name. He simply used his ID of Yifeng. His name might be famous in Starmoon Kingdom, but in the Apocalypse Empire, no one knew it, aside from the major powers experts or first-rate guilds' upper echelons. Hence, Shifeng did not bother to mask his name. Leader, you really are impressive. You even convinced a level 40 expert to join us. With this, we'll be much safer out at sea, a female oracle sporting a ponytail joyfully praised the man. The other three members also welcomed Shifeng's participation. Among the players forming parties on the docks, the majority consisted of level 39 players, while level 40 players were extremely rare. Once players reached level 40, they could equip level 40 equipment. In terms of basic attributes, level 39 players were inferior to level 40 players by a large margin. If a party had a level 40 player, it would increase the party's overall strength significantly. With two level 40 players, even if they encountered a common sea monster, they could buy enough time to escape. With this, their party would have a much higher chance the Golden Sands archipelago alive. Since everyone's here, let's rent a boat. I suggest we rent a fishing boat with sails. We encountered a sea monster the last time when out on a boat without a sail. If not for our scapegoat, we would have shipwrecked. If we choose a smaller boat this time, with my current reputation, we should be able to rent a boat for 4 gold. Since you're as willing to sail with us, Brother Yifeng, you don't need to pay for the deposit or rental fee, Hovering Feather said. Nobody in the party had any issues with Hovering Feather's proposal. In Ocean Viewing Town, those who reached level 40 were extremely powerful experts. Normally, convincing such an expert to join their party was nearly impossible. How could they possibly ask Shifeng to pay for the boat rental as well? As Hovering Feather was about to rent a boat, Shifeng stopped him and said, Please, wait a minute. I have a boat, so we don't need to waste money renting one. Chapter 1047, Empire's Focus. You have a boat? Hovering Feather asked, slightly surprised. Like mounts, boats were considered luxury items. Currently, an independent expert would be lucky if they had 1 or 2 gold coins on them. The better equipment an expert wore, the more costly their repair fees would be. Naturally, their expenditures were higher than other players as well. Moreover, there were concerns such as potions and scrolls. In the end, it wasn't easy to save a lot of money. Hence, in Ocean Viewing Town, despite some players having reached level 40, they could not afford to buy a common mount. Hovering Feather had wanted to form an adventurer team for a while now. He had also been quite lucky recently, having found several treasure chests in a row. After selling his harvest, he had quite a bit of spare money on hand, so he planned to splurge a little today and rent a fishing boat with sails. He had never imagined that Shifeng was rich enough to own his own boat. Leader, you've really found us an expert. We got really lucky this time. I wonder when our adventure team will have our own boat? If we had one, we could reduce our costs when we go adventuring. The party members turned to Shifeng enviously. Following which, under Shifeng's lead, the party reached a slightly less populated section of the port. As everyone wondered why Shifeng had moved them so far away, Shifeng retrieved the glass bottle containing the Swift Dragon Speedboat from his bag. He then began to chant an incantation to release the speedboat. A dark mist began to flow out of the glass bottle. Hovering Feather and the others' eyes nearly fell from their sockets as they watched. Generally, the mist from glass bottles holding ordinary fishing boats only expanded to about 10 yards. Even if it were a slightly larger fishing boat, the mist would, at most, expand 20 yards, yet the mist from Shifeng's bottle stretched out over a full 40 yards. That was double the size of Ocean Viewing Town's best fishing boat. I'm not seeing things, right? This is a speedboat. It looks so cool. Look at the ship's bow. It even has a cannon. Crap, the entire ship's covered in magic patterns. That's not right. Even the high-ranking speedboats I saw NPCs use didn't have magic patterns. Hovering Feather and the others were captivated by the Swift Dragon Speedboat's elegance. Let's go. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his speedboat. The Swift Dragon Speedboat had a streamlined appearance. Faint lights also circled its hull. It was the most elegant speedboat Shifeng had ever seen. Moreover, its engine was made of 2 parts. Without the engine, it relied on the wind in its sails. If he were not satisfied with the boat's speed, he could use magic crystals as a power source to gain more speed. However, this mode cost 1 magic crystal per 10 minutes, which was the equivalent of 25 silver every 10 minutes. That was practically a day's income for an ordinary expert. When Shifeng finished admiring his speedboat, he led the party to the boat's deck. As Shifeng released the Swift Dragon Speedboat, the distant passers-by were stupefied. What kind of boat is that? Could some Super Guild's expert team have come to our Ocean Viewing Town? That boat looks amazing. I wonder which Apex Adventurer team that is. I have to join them. Swiftly, word of the Swift Dragon Speedboat caused a commotion throughout Ocean Viewing Town. Upon hearing this news, members of the various adventurer teams and guilds began to ask around for information on the speedboat. When players began to approach to take a closer look, Shifeng activated the vessel. The magic patterns around the boat's hull emitted a light blue glow. As if a sharp sword had pierced the seawater, it parted away from the speedboat. Following which, the Swift Dragon Speedboat began to move as a gust of wind blew by. Compared to the Swift Dragon Speedboat's movement speed, the fishing boats with sails looked like snails. In the blink of an eye, the secret silver speedboat passed these fishing boats, no slower than bronze mounts on land. Rapidly, the Swift Dragon Speedboat grew smaller in everyone's view before disappearing as if it had never graced Ocean Viewing Town. Isn't it a little too fast? My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? How can a boat be that fast? Don't tell me we've encountered the legendary ghost ship? That shouldn't be it. I saw a few players boarding the ship a moment ago. It must be a speedboat that some god-ranked experts own. I wish I had a speedboat. I'd buy one even if I had to go bankrupt. With your pocket change, you can't afford that boat's rudder, much less the entire thing. The players on the docks gaped as they watched the swift dragon speedboat disappear, shuddering with an indescribable excitement. At the same time, news of the swift dragon speedboat had spread to the ears of the various large guilds' upper echelons in the Apocalypse Empire. A high-ranking speedboat. Find a way to contact the owner immediately. Our guild must have that speedboat. Almost every upper echelon of the various guilds gave out the command to find the speedboat's owner. The resources on God's Domain's islands and sea were far more abundant on land. However, exploring the ocean was too difficult. This difficulty wasn't due to players' lack of strength, but their ship's lack of strength. Fishing boats couldn't contend with sea monsters. It was even more impossible to rely on fishing boats to plunder treasures in dangerous sea zones. However, it would be a different story if their guilds had a high-ranking speedboat. If they formed a team of experts to explore with said speedboat, their harvest could be even greater than raiding large-scale team dungeons. Unlike islands, large-scale team dungeons had a cooldown once they were raided. Moreover, players needed far more time to explore and raid large-scale team dungeons. Now that income from dungeons had hit a bottleneck, the Apocalypse Empire's various large guilds needed to transition their development towards the sea. Big Sis Rain, news just came in. It seems that a high-ranking speedboat has been sighted in Ocean Viewing Town. Moreover, it seems that the speedboat is of an even higher rank than NPCs. Upon receiving this news, Blue Phoenix contacted Phoenix Rain immediately. She also forwarded the images and videos of the Swift Dragon speedboat. Upon seeing the video, Phoenix Rain's expression turned serious. Due to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ownership of the Town of Beginnings, the pavilion had begun placing greater importance on maritime exploration. Phoenix Rain had seen plenty of speedboats on the ocean. However, those speedboats were nowhere near as fast as this. Blue, begin an investigation on that boat immediately. While you're at it, spread word that the pavilion is willing to purchase that speedboat for a high price. Phoenix Rain commanded. I'll get it done right away, Blue Phoenix nodded repeatedly. Interesting. If Miracle has this speedboat, we can complete our quest in that dangerous sea zone. Send someone to Ocean Viewing Town. Find a way to get that speedboat. Use whatever means necessary. A man in his 50s growled. Although this man was already in his 50s and looked as if he had survived many of life's vicissitudes, his body radiated a frightening aura that caused the level 40 Apex experts around him to shudder involuntarily. These experts lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Vice Guild Leader, please rest assured. We will complete this task, the several Apex experts declared. While Shifeng sailed towards the Golden Sands archipelago, without his knowledge, he had become a focus in the Apocalypse Empire. Practically every guild in the Empire discussed his Swift Dragon speedboat. The Swift Dragon speedboat really is fast. This should have been close to a 20-hour journey. Now we can reach the archipelago in 5 hours. I wonder how fast this boat moves if I spend magic crystals? Shock filled Shifeng's herd as he watched the outline of the Golden Sands archipelago appear on the horizon. Chapter 1048. Expanding into the Apocalypse Empire. So fast. Hovering Feather could not help but rub his eyes as he looked at the massive mountain range in the distance. He found it hard to believe what he was seeing was true. Although he could tell from the strong winds pushing against his face that the Swift Dragon speedboat was moving rapidly, he never imagined that the speedboat would actually be this fast. It was definitely much faster than the fishing boats they had used before. Time was money. This was a saying that the gnomes of God's Domain loved saying the most. This saying was perfectly appropriate for adventure teams like theirs, which made a living on the seas. Ordinary players might not understand this, but as a veteran player who frequently fought on the seas, Hovering Feather was quite aware of the terrifying consequences this sort of time savings could bring. Many islands possessed extremely abundant resources. Even the high-resource maps on dry land could not compare. However, they had a very severe drawback. The journey to these islands was simply too time-consuming. Generally, players could remain in God's Domain for only 30 hours or so and use the rest of the time for work, studies, and such activities in the real world. On land, guild players might need only 5 or 6 hours to travel to a high-resource map to level up. Afterwards, they would have over 20 hours to spend grinding at the map before having to return to a city to rest. On the other hand, Maritime players usually spend around 20 hours just searching for a high-resource island, leaving only 10 hours to grind monsters. Yet, despite this gap in actual grinding time, Maritime players still managed to keep up with guild players' levels. One could see just how effective it was to level up on high-resource islands. Meanwhile, players could also come across rare materials and good weapons and equipment more readily on high-resource islands. If one's travel time at sea got shortened to around 5 hours only, they could spend over 20 hours grinding on a high-resource island. With this, their leveling speed would be 2 or 3 times faster than that of players grinding at high-resource maps on land. 2 to 3 times the leveling speed of guild players. Just thinking about it excited Hovering Feather. At that time, it would be child's play to overtake the leveling maniacs on the Apocalypse Empire's ranking list. For now, though, he merely fantasized about this situation. An item like the Swift Dragon Speedboat was simply too rare. It was not an item he could get his hands on. Just who is he? Hovering Feather could not help turning to look at Shifeng and gulping. At this moment, even if he was a fool, he could tell that his party had encountered a true expert. Otherwise, how could Shifeng possibly possess such a powerful speedboat? Hovering Feather wasn't the only one who realized this problem. The other members of his party had likewise come to a similar appreciation. So this is a real expert. I've always thought that such experts were arrogant and aloof bastards. I never thought that experts were actually such approachable people. I wonder if he has a girlfriend already. I want to introduce him to my younger sister. What? You have a younger sister? Why don't I know about this? What kind of friend are you? We've known each other for so long, yet you didn't even introduce her to a handsome man like myself. Scram. Although she isn't related to me by blood, I can't possibly push her into a pit of fire. All right, enough. Be serious. The expert is walking over. Only after Hovering Feather interrupted their hushed discussion did everyone notice that Shifeng had already walked over to them. At this moment, when they looked at Shifeng again, they suddenly felt that Shifeng's figure seemed bigger than before. They also felt a heavy pressure bearing down on their bodies. We've arrived. I had a very good time chatting with you all during the journey. However, I still have some matters I need to attend to, so let's part ways here, Shifeng said. He could not help but smile as he looked at everyone suddenly taking a cautious attitude towards him. On their way here, they had not encountered any danger. Even when they met with sea monsters, it took very little effort to shake off the monsters with the Swift Dragon Speedboat's speed. Hence, during their 5-hour journey, they had mainly been chatting and joking with each other. Through their conversations, Shifeng had also learned much about the Apocalypse Empire. The information that interested him the most was the Empire's maritime situation. In the past, as he mainly operated around Starmoon Kingdom, he did not know much about the Apocalypse Empire, particularly the Empire's current state of affairs. The Apocalypse Empire was a coastal country. Its development path was slightly different from Starmoon Kingdom's, which mainly focused on land. This divergence was considerably beneficial during the mid-late stage of God's domain. After the game entered its mid-late stage, the competition on land became increasingly intense. The reason for this was the sheer scarcity of high-level maps. Moreover, high-level maps were usually located at the borders between countries, prompting the guilds of various countries to wage war for resources. With so many guilds fighting over a limited number of maps, one could just imagine how little resources each guild could obtain. However, it was a different story for the sea. There were far more islands than there were players and guilds to occupy and harvest them. For coastal countries that had long since developed their maritime power, gaining a large amount of resources and continuously improving their own guilds did not take much effort. As for guilds that realized this only then, how could they possibly contend against these coastal guilds? Hence, it was extremely important for Zero Wing to develop its strength at sea. However, developing a guild's maritime power was not an easy task. This endeavor required massive amounts of resources and manpower. At the same time, said guild also needed to have territory along the coast. The Apocalypse Empire had a total of 26 NPC coastal towns and cities. Of these, 3 were cities, while the remaining 23 were towns. Ocean Viewing Town was the most inconspicuous one. The 3 major powers of the empire had already claimed the 3 coastal cities, leaving no room for other guilds to intervene. Fortunately, these three major powers did not pay much attention to the 23 coastal towns. Although other large guilds were contesting for control over these towns, it was not entirely impossible for Zero Wing to try and get a share of the pie. From Hovering Feather and his party members' conversations, Shifeng had found out that 6 of the 23 towns remained ownerless. Hence, he decided to have Immortal Light, Zero Wing's subordinate guild, come and develop at these towns. In any case, Sind Heart, the guild leader of Immortal Light, had yet to decide where he would develop his guild next. Hence, he might as well serve as Zero Wing's spearhead. If Zero Wing abruptly expanded its influence into these towns, it would no doubt attract the attention of the 3 major powers. In that case, even before Zero Wing could start developing, it would have already been squeezed to death. However, Immortal Light was different. It was a small guild that was not even considered a third-rate guild. None of the local large guilds would pay attention to it if it expanded into these towns. As for the 3 major powers, Immortal Light's existence was no different from heir to them. With Zero Wing's current foundations, it was definitely possible to let Immortal Light take advantage of the situation. If Immortal Light could establish its roots at these coastal towns, its presence would be of great help to Zero Wing's development in the future. Afterwards, Shifeng added Hovering Feather and the others as friends. He also mentioned to them that he was willing to purchase any rare materials the party found for a high price. He was even willing to exchange using high-quality weapons and equipment. This offer fanned Hovering Feather's gratitude towards him. To independent players like them, the most difficult things to obtain were high-quality weapons and equipment. If they had these things, their adventurer team would have a much easier time developing in the future. After parting ways with Hovering Feather's party, Shifeng found a deserted location and used the 7 Luminaries' Ring's space movement. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a small cabin beside a lake. This mundane cabin was none other than the most famous Golden Sands exchange shop, located in ancient ruins in the Golden Sands Archipelago's core area. In the past, this place had been crowded with players. Practically every large guild in the Apocalypse Empire would send people over daily to snatch up any rare items in the exchange shop as soon as they appeared. Now, however, there was nobody here to compete with Shifeng over these rare items. He could take his sweet time making his picks. Just as Shifeng's hand grasped the handlebar and was about to push the cabin's door open, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. You are the first person to have discovered the Golden Sands exchange shop. Do you wish to pay 10,000 magic crystals to become a member of the exchange shop? Chapter 1049, Popular Battle Arena. Become a member? Shifeng's eyes immediately lit up with joy when he received this notification. The exchange shop operated by its mysterious merchant had 2 modes of exchange. One mode was available to all players. The other mode was limited to members of the exchange shop. In the past, Shifeng had yearned to become a member of the shop. Unfortunately, obtaining membership was not that easy. Based on his understanding, there were 2 ways to become a member of the exchange shop. The first one was very normal, and that was to achieve a certain number of transactions and trade volume with the exchange shop. One needed to make 30 consecutive transactions with the shop, as well as attain a total trade volume of 5 million magic crystals. The number of transactions was not calculated based on the number of exchanges made, but on the number of times the Golden Sands exchange shop refreshed its stock. The exchange shop would only refresh its stock of rare items once a week. In other words, one needed to visit the shop for 30 weeks in a row and make a huge purchase every week. If one were to stop even once midway, their count would have to start all over again. However, the number of transactions was only secondary. The key point was that the required trade volume was ridiculous. In reality, even if a player visited the exchange shop 30 times in a row and purchased plenty of items on every visit, they would still have great difficulty achieving the required trade volume. This was true even when they encountered valuable items up for exchange. There also weren't a lot of useful items up for exchange in the shop. Hence, unless one was willing to take a loss and purchase useless items at above market price, it was practically impossible to achieve the required trade volume. Moreover, magic crystals were a strategic resource to guilds. It would be foolish to spend them wastefully. Hence, Shifeng had never managed to become a shop member in the past. The other method to become a member was through killing the boss monsters inside the ancient ruins, which had a chance of dropping fragments of an ancient stone tablet. If one could complete a set of the fragments and hand it over to the mysterious merchant, one would likewise become a member of the exchange shop. Only the drop rate for the tablet fragments was criminally low. In addition, there were very few bosses in the ancient ruins. The time they took to respawn was also very long. It was practically impossible for an ordinary large guild to gather enough fragments to complete a set. Shifeng could still clearly remember that in the past, a single tablet fragment had been worth at least 1,000 gold. Even so, the supply was far from enough to meet the demand. As long as a tablet fragment went up for sale, the various large guilds would buy it almost instantly. So there's also such a benefit for the first person to discover the exchange shop. Luckily, I came here before anyone else did. Shifeng inwardly celebrated. Players who became a member of the Golden Sands exchange shop would enjoy very excellent benefits. The first benefit was that members were allowed to enter the second floor of the exchange shop and exchange for the items there. For the second benefit, members would receive a 20% discount on all items on the first floor. For the third benefit, members would receive a teleportation crystal. In the future, they would no longer need to waste time traveling to the shop. Instead, they could teleport directly to it. Though the crystal had a cooldown of 12 hours, it would still provide great convenience. It could also help players travel quickly to the Golden Sands archipelago, allowing much more time for players to spend on leveling up. Following which, Shifeng clicked agree to become a member of the exchange shop. System: you do not have the required number of magic crystals. You have 48 hours to collect 10,000 magic crystals. If you are unable to collect them in time, it will be considered as you forfeiting this opportunity. What a short time limit. Shifeng smiled bitterly. Currently, Zero Wing's income for magic crystals was indeed considerable. However, its expenditure of the precious resource was also very high. He had prepared only 3,000 magic crystals for the trip this time. Having no other choice, Shifeng took out the Abyss pendant and set a teleportation marker in front of the small cabin. He then took out a guild transfer scroll and activated it. Along with a white flash, Shifeng disappeared from the Golden Sands archipelago. Starmoon Kingdom, Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's residence. Why are there so many players here? Shifeng was surprised by the crowd of members in the main hall. Currently, Zero Wing's residence was extraordinarily lively. Normally, there would only be several hundred guild members lurking around the first floor hall. Now, however, Shifeng could see more than 1,000 present. Today's PvP match was awesome. Since coming into the game, this is the first time I've managed to achieve such a high standard with my techniques. I know, right? If I could spar at the battle arena for a few more hours every day, it won't be long before I can give the Trial Tower's 4th floor a try. At that time, I'll become an elite member of the guild and receive a 20% discount when I visit the battle arena. Forget about it. Didn't you see how many players were crowding into the battle arena today? If not for us being Zero Wing members, we wouldn't get a turn even after queuing up for a day. And you want to fight several times a day? Didn't you notice the looks those independent players were giving us when we entered the combat room? If looks could kill, we would have died multiple times back there. I was just thinking about it. I wonder when our guild will occupy another town? It'd be fine even if the town's surrounding environment is poor. As long as the guild sets up another battle arena there, we would be able to have some fun there, too, every day. Guild members were chatting merrily in the main hall. When they spoke about the battle arena, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They could not help but wish they could spend more time training there. Unfortunately, there were simply too many players trying to get into the establishment. Hence, the battle arena had limited every player's usage of its combat rooms to no more than 1 hour per day. Moreover, the original price of 1 silver per hour had also risen to 2 silver per hour. Even so, an endless number of players still waited to enter the battle arena. There just was not enough combat rooms to go around. This situation relieved Shifeng. He could not help but admit that the battle arena was worth every coin he spent on it. Even without him doing anything, the advanced NPC managers would automatically deal with everything related to the battle arena. For example, the NPC managers would make adjustments to the pricing based on market conditions. Moreover, they would also provide corresponding preferential treatment to Zero Wings members. The NPCs had even set up a membership system for the battle arena. Those who became a member of the arena would enjoy priority entry into the establishment. They would also receive discounts on their expenditures. Meanwhile, in order to become a member of the battle arena, one needed to pay a registration fee of 100 magic crystals, which was non-refundable. If one wanted to get back their magic crystals, they could only do so by buying each crystal back for 20 silver. Personally, Shifeng felt that the membership fee of 100 magic crystals was a little too steep. However, the NPC managers had obviously done their market research because after they promulgated this rule, over 100 players had promptly registered to become members. At this point, the battle arena already had over 300 members. Just like the treatment that the normal members of Zero Wing received, these arena members had priority in entering combat rooms. At the same time, they also enjoyed a 10% discount when using the establishment's services. Due to this benefit, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had also exploded. Currently, word had already gone around that becoming a member of Zero Wing was equivalent to gaining 100 magic crystals. No other guild could offer this treatment. If one managed to become an elite member, the treatment they received was even more amazing. Not only did they receive a 20% discount, but they also received even greater priority in entering combat rooms. Just as Shifeng stepped out of the residence's main entrance to take a look at today's magic crystal income, a notification came from the system informing him that he had received a message. It seems they're finally unable to continue sitting still. Shifeng's lips curled up into a smile as he read the message. Chapter 1050, Town's Frightening Transformation. Stone Forest Town, Blue Moon High-Class Bar. As the only high-class bar in Stone Forest Town, the Blue Moon High-Class Bar hardly had any ordinary players patronizing it for entertainment, as the prices here were extremely high. Generally, only wealthy elite players would come here occasionally. Now that Stone Forest Town's player population had skyrocketed, even the high-class bar was not spared from the traffic increase. However, compared to the ordinary bars in town, the Blue Moon was still a quiet establishment with few customers. Just as the elite players inside the Blue Moon were excitedly discussing the newly opened battle arena in Stone Forest Town, two people, a man and a woman, suddenly entered the high-class bar. The instant these two people appeared, the entire building fell silent. Everyone's eyes focused on this pair. Of the two, the man was level 41. The equipment he wore actually gave off the glowing effect unique to epic items, a dazzling sight to elite players. However, the more eye-catching one between these two people would still have to be the heavenly beauty standing beside the man. Although the woman wore blood-red armor, the armor itself failed to conceal her perfect and enchanting curves. Just looking at her body could cause one to fall into a reverie. She had a delicate, oval face and beautiful eyes. Every one of her movements also exuded a natural elegance. In addition, she carried a long sword that radiated a golden glow on her back. No one in the room could pull their gaze away from her. Who is that beauty? Why don't we go get acquainted with her? Shh! Speak softer. To think that you guys actually dare have designs on her. Are you all tired of living? We're just going to make her acquaintance. Is there a need to be so careful? Do you know her? Who is she? Do you not see the guild emblem she is wearing? That's the secret pavilion's emblem. Her name is Purple Jade. She is one of the pavilion's top experts and has been named a peerless genius by the pavilion. I heard that she managed to defeat Sacred Temple's Sword Meister, Ruthless Sky, a few days ago. Apparently, her next challenge is Miracle's Sword Freak, Miracle Dragon. Why is a genius like her here? Who knows? Maybe she's here to experience the battle arena. The players in the hall began discussing Purple Jade, who had suddenly appeared. As for Yuan Tianxin, who stood beside her, he got ignored by everyone. After all, the feat of defeating the Sword Meister Ruthless Sky was simply too amazing. The Sacred Temple was a super guild. Meanwhile, Ruthless Sky was an expert who had been famous for many years now. Practically nobody in the virtual gaming world was unaware of him. Nevertheless, this young and peerless beauty actually defeated such an expert. This news was far more shocking than if Ruthless Sky had lost to some random nobody. After taking a look around the room, Yuan Tiexin could not help but shake his head and chuckle as he said, "There are too many people here. Let's go upstairs." Purple Jade simply gave a silent nod in response. As for the gazes everyone inside the bar was directing at her, she paid no attention to them whatsoever. Or to put it in another way, she had long since learned to treat these players as air. After all, she had become the secret pavilion's most dazzling star the moment she joined the pavilion. Normally, there was not a single moment when she was not under close observation. She had grown used to receiving such gazes long ago. Stone Forest Town really is becoming increasingly amazing. I never thought that even a genius from the secret pavilion would come here. I know, right? Just a while ago, I saw several well-known experts of Star Moon Kingdom inside the battle arena. I'm betting that it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes the gathering place of expert players. I've decided. From now on, Stone Forest Town will be my main base of operations. I wonder when Stone Forest Town will sell personal houses? Even if I have to bankrupt myself, I must buy one. Stop dreaming. If Stone Forest Town really starts selling houses right now, those experts would buy them up in an instant. I heard that if you want to obtain a personal house in Stone Forest Town, there is currently only one way to do so, and that is by participating in the Battle Arenas tournament. As long as you rank within the top 5 of the 4th floor tournament, you'll get to enter the 5th floor and receive a personal room. Also, I heard that if you rank within the top 10 on the 5th floor, you'll even receive a personal advanced combat room. You don't need to tell me that. I've long since signed up for that tournament. Only the registration fee is somewhat steep. It actually cost me half a magic crystal. If I can't survive 3 rounds, I won't even get to earn back my registration fee. I'm not aiming high. I'll be happy as long as I can survive 5 rounds and earn some money. As for reaching the top 5, I don't even dare think about it. Most likely, only those famous experts in the kingdom will be able to fight for those positions. Players like us have no chance at all. While everyone was raving about the battle arena, Yuan Tiexin, who walked by them, could not help but sigh inwardly when he overheard their conversation, a somber expression on his face. Compared to ordinary players, he was much more informed about Stone Forest Town's situation. Currently, even ordinary players were optimistic about Stone Forest Town's prospects. One could just imagine how much development potential the town had. Some time ago, Stone Forest Town's value was nothing to the secret pavilion. However, due to the construction of the Magic Tower as well as the increasingly popular battle arena, the town now had an immeasurable future. Even Yuan Tiexin had to admit that. Hence, he and Purple Jade had also come to Stone Forest Town. Despite their having been gone for only a few days, Stone Forest Town had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. Even he had received a fright when he arrived in town just now. Practically all the players roaming the streets were at the standard of elite players. Among them were many level 38 and level 39 experts. At this stage of the game, this was a scene that could only be found in the imperial capitals of empires. Yet such a scene had now appeared in a player-owned town. Yuan Tiexin found this situation utterly inconceivable. Yuan Tiexin could already tell that a lot of experts would definitely be gathering at Stone Forest Town in the future. He had to admit that Zero Wing was truly wise to construct the battle arena. Not only could the guild earn magic crystals this way, but this method also allowed the guild to recruit expert players more easily. In addition, the battle arena had attracted many elite players to join Zero Wing. This was practically killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Right now, even the secret pavilion was incapable of such a feat. Uncle Yuan, do you think Zero Wing will really agree to the guild leader's conditions? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Yuan Tiexin. Relax. Since the guild leader has already said so, he naturally is confident, Yuan Tiexin said, chuckling. Moreover, I don't think Zero Wing will refuse the offer either. It is indeed true that Zero Wing has grown a lot stronger. However, its foundations are still too poor. Not to mention, the Blackwater Corporation is fully intent on getting a share of God's domain. It is simply impossible for Zero Wing to continue developing in Star Moon Kingdom. But there are also quite a number of experts in Zero Wing. Previously, I watched Zero Wing's members training at the Battle Tower. Those people have very good potential and strength. As long as they are given some time, it won't be impossible for Zero Wing to make a comeback, Purple Jade said. She could not help but recall Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the other members of Zero Wing who had trained in the secret pavilion's simulation training system. The speed of their improvement had shocked even someone like herself. In addition, Zero Wing's members possessed extraordinary equipment in God's domain. It still wasn't guaranteed that the Blackwater Guild could do anything to Zero Wing. You're entertaining such thoughts because you still don't know how fearsome the Blackwater Corporation actually is. There is a reason why the corporation can boast its current achievements in the fighting industry. Not to mention, Zero Wing no longer has much time left, Yuan Tiexin said, shaking his head. He could not help pitying Zero Wing. Zero Wing could only blame itself for its bad luck. Of all the countries in God's domain, the Blackwater Corporation just had to choose Starmoon Kingdom to be its staging point. Zero Wing simply had no chance of surviving this predicament. Just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing, a knock came from the doors of the VIP room. Yuan Tiexin then released the lock on the doors. As the doors opened slowly, a figure that was not particularly tall appeared before Yuan Tiexin's and Purple Jade's eyes. How can this be possible? Yuan Tiexin's eyes widened in shock upon seeing this figure, his expression turning very grim. This figure belonged to none other than Shifeng, whom Yuan Tiexin was familiar with. Only right now, Shifeng was actually level 44. Chapter 1051 Monster Army. How is he so high-leveled? Purple Jade's eyes flashed with shock as she stared at Shifeng slowly walking over to them. Currently, even the highest-leveled player in the secret pavilion was only level 42. Moreover, that person was the pavilion's famous leveling maniac, who was also the #1 player on the Fire Wing Empire's ranking list, Sleepless Star. However, aside from Sleepless Star's personal strength, the reason he managed to come out on top in the Fire Wing Empire was the resources the secret pavilion supplied him with. Yet, Shifeng, a member of Zero Wing's upper echelon, who was frequently busy dealing with guild affairs, had actually managed to reach level 44. This was truly inconceivable. However, rather than Shifeng's level, what surprised Purple Jade the most was the danger she picked up from him. Moreover, her alarm bells rang increasingly louder the closer Shifeng got to her. What a terrifying monster! Yuan Tiexin was much more experienced than Purple Jade, so he could tell very clearly just how much Shifeng had improved since they last met. Smiling bitterly, he could not help shaking his head as he said, "Jade, it seems it will be impossible for you to test Yifeng's bottom line this time. Right now, he is no longer just strong. His strength is already at an entirely different level from ours." Previously, when Yuan Tiexin had met Shifeng, the latter had contained his aura exceptionally well, proof that the youth's control over his body had already reached a realm of perfection. However, this time, Shifeng failed to contain his aura that well when he moved. What did this mean? The only explanation for this was that Shifeng's power was so strong that even an expert like himself could not adapt to it properly. Hence, he was unable to contain his aura completely. When Purple Jade heard this, disappointment flashed across her eyes. In reality, her purpose in following Yuan Tiexin to Stone Forest Town this time was so that she could spar with Shifeng and hopefully learn some of his techniques. However, if the gap in strength was too wide, Shifeng could easily defeat her even without utilizing any profound techniques. With this, rather than a spar, she would simply be asking for a beating. "Uncle Yuan, may I know why you have come looking for me this time?" Shifeng asked unhurriedly. Truthfully, he already knew why the secret pavilion had come looking for him. With the popularity of Stone Forest Town's battle arena right now, even a transcendental power like the secret pavilion would not be able to sit still and do nothing. Currently, Stone Forest Town's development was still in its early stages. Aside from its geographical advantage, which allowed players to save up on travel time, it did not possess any actual advantage over other towns. This made it very difficult for the town to turn a profit and attract players. Establishing a money-making venture like the battle arena to draw players to the town represented a much more advanced business model. Only, operating a successful battle arena would be very difficult without the Magic Tower. The secret pavilion wishes to conduct a trade with Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said as he retrieved a prepared contract from his bag. He then handed the contract over to Shifeng and said, "The conditions stated inside are definitely what Zero Wing wants the most right now. Meanwhile, what the secret pavilion wants in exchange is the magic tower design. What Zero Wing wants most? Shifeng could not help but take a curious look at the contract. After spending several minutes to scan through the contract, Shifeng realized that it was indeed just a simple trade. In summary, the secret pavilion would provide a kingdom for Zero Wing to develop in so that it could avoid annihilation by the Blackwater Guild. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was hand over the magic tower design to the secret pavilion. The contract had other minor conditions, but that was basically the long and short of it. This is the condition that the secret pavilion is offering? Shifeng asked strangely after he was done reading the contract. Although Zero Wing's foundation was not comparable to the Blackwater Guilds, the current Zero Wing was no trifling opponent. It would not be so easy for Blackwater to remove Zero Wing from Starmoon Kingdom. It was especially true now that Stone Forest Town had the magic tower. Shifeng truly could not understand why the secret pavilion held such an optimistic view of Blackwater's prospects. However, the secret pavilion's information gathering was matchless in the virtual gaming world. Since the pavilion was so assured of Blackwater's victory, it definitely had reasons to believe so. Shifeng just did not know what those reasons were. That's right. This is the condition the secret pavilion is offering. This is a trade that will bring only good and no harm to Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said determinedly. I understand what you are thinking. It is impossible for Zero Wing to lose. But what will you think after looking at this? Saying so, Yuan Tiexin sent a few video recordings to Shifeng. Shifeng promptly clicked to view the videos. And he was stunned when the first video started playing. The video had been recorded from the top of a mountain using a magic mirror. Meanwhile, the location displayed was none other than Blackridge Town, which the video showed as being infested with monsters that were level 50 and above. There were even level 60 and above lords and great lords among them, as well as the one-horned humanoid monsters that Shifeng was extremely familiar with. Only there was a huge disparity between the numbers of these humanoid monsters shown in the video and the report he received from his subordinates. Previously, there had only been several hundred humanoid monsters residing in the town. Now, however, there were over 4,000 of them. Moreover, a few of these humanoid monsters had even reached level 60 already, their HPs breaching 30 million, equivalent to a level 60 Great Lord, and there were actually 5 of them. The development speed of these monsters made even Shifeng shudder. Aside from these monsters, Shifeng could also vaguely make out a figure wearing a black cloak. Meanwhile, the next few videos showed a mysterious cloaked person conversing with Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave. Unfortunately, as the person recording these videos had been too far away, the video did not include the contents of their conversation. However, the appearance of this mysterious person was somewhat similar to the figure wearing a black cloak in Blackridge Town. Are you trying to say that these monsters are under the Blackwater Guild's control? Shifeng asked Yuan Tiexin. That's right. Although we're not sure what kind of relationship the two possess, those monsters should support Blackwater's overall direction. Moreover, just recently, we've also received news that Blackwater has secretly joined hands with Pantheon. Knowing this, how long do you think Zero Wing will be able to hold on? Moreover, the longer this stalemate lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for Zero Wing. After all, those monsters are simply developing too quickly, Yuan Tiexin said earnestly. Not to mention Zero Wing. Even the secret pavilion might not be able to hold off all those monsters. The common beast-type monsters might be manageable, but those one-horned humanoid monsters were a different story. They possessed not only very high combat standards, but also similarly high intelligence. It would already be very troublesome dealing with one of those humanoid monsters at the level 50 Lord standard, let alone a level 60 Great Lord. With 5 of these Great Lords leading them, the 4,000-plus humanoid monsters could easily flatten a player town. What was more, there was still the endless horde of beast-type monsters. This was a force that current players simply could not contend with. In addition, the Blackwater Guild had its own forces. Combined with the monster army, Blackwater was practically invincible in Starmoon Kingdom. The only way out for Zero Wing right now was to shift its base of operations to another location. Avoiding a confrontation with Blackwater was the best option. Chapter 1052, War Approaches. Yuan Tiexin had anticipated seeing an expression of fear on Shifeng's face after his explanation. However, even after some time had passed, Shifeng's expression remained unchanged. "Aren't you worried about Stone Forest Town's safety?" Yuan Tiexin asked. "You should know that Black Ridge Town is only a short distance away from Stone Forest Town. If those monsters take action, they need only 10 hours or so to gather at Stone Forest Town's entrance. With the strength of those monsters in addition to Blackwater's various experts, it is impossible for you to hold them off without level 150 guards, using just the defense turrets you've built. I believe you also know that the attacks of those turrets are very easy to see through, and are short range. At long distances, elite players will be able to avoid their attacks. Not to mention, even the most inferior of those monsters possesses the standards of elite players. The turrets will pose practically no danger to those monsters whatsoever. You should understand what those monsters are capable of. If Blackwater takes action now, Stone Forest Town has no chance of winning. If Zero Wing sells the magic tower design to our secret pavilion, we can provide you with a kingdom with a very safe environment to develop in. It will be enough to let Zero Wing recover back to its peak within a short time. Right now, the longer you delay your decision, the greater the losses you will suffer. Hopefully, Zero Wing makes a decision soon. If you wish to negotiate the conditions, contact us at any time." Following which, Yuan Tiexin left the VIP room together with Purple Jade. In Yuan Tiexin's opinion, Shifeng could not make a decision on such an important matter. The youth definitely needed to discuss things with that mysterious guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. "Uncle Yuan, has Pantheon really joined hands with Blackwater?" Purple Jade could not help but ask. Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. If it had indeed entered into an alliance with Blackwater, Zero Wing would have no chance of victory whatsoever in the upcoming war. Although Zero Wing had a lot of powerful experts for an upstart guild, in front of Pantheon, a guild whose history spanned several decades, that number of experts was not worth mentioning. The war this time would be different from when Zero Wing went up against the Star Alliance's elite army and the experts of the Flower of Seven Sins. Previously, Zero Wing's weapon of war had caught the Star Alliance's army by surprise. The Star Alliance's elite army had no way at all of defending against it. Currently, Pantheon could easily annihilate Zero Wing's experts by dispatching any one of its core legions. Moreover, Pantheon's resources were far superior to the Star Alliance's. The Super Guild would have no problem taking out a few weapons of war. In fact, just recently, Pantheon had relied on weapons of war to take down a town heavily protected by the dark forces, instantly establishing its position in an empire. Right now, Zero Wing's future was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. This information has already been confirmed. As long as Blackwater starts moving, Pantheon will dispatch 3 of its core legions to support Blackwater. If Zero Wing doesn't come to a decision in time, it will suffer even greater losses later on, Yuan Tiexin said, nodding. Hopefully, Zero Wing decides as soon as possible. It seems I've truly underestimated the Blackwater Corporation. Shifeng revealed a bitter smile as he scrutinized the information from Yuan Tiexin several more times. Not to mention the current Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, despite the corporation having had such a late start in God's domain, it had still managed to develop a super guild within a short time. Moreover, he never imagined that Pantheon would actually stick a hand in Starmoon Kingdom's business. With Zero Wing's current state, the guild truly did not possess many means of retaliation. It could only rely on the magic tower to defend Stone Forest Town now. However, defending against so many monsters was impossible with just a single magic tower. Fortunately, the situation was still salvageable. At the very least, he had found out the Blackwater Corporation's trump card in advance. Even if Blackwater decided to take action right this instant, its armies would need over 10 hours to reach Stone Forest Town. Following which, Shifeng contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed, Melancholic, have everyone return to the Candlelight Trading Firm right now. I have something that I need you all to do. But Guild Leader, we still have quite a lot of time remaining. It would be a huge waste if we return now, Melancholic Smile argued, reluctance writ in her face. Living in Titan City felt like heaven. Their technical skills improved significantly every day. Advanced lifestyle players also emerged in their group one after another. It would truly be a huge loss to leave the Holy City before their time was up. Relax. You all still have chances to visit there in the future. Hurry up and have everyone return. Shifeng could very much understand what was going through Melancholic Smile's mind. However, they were in a race against time. In any case, he had the evolved Holy City's emblem. There would be many more chances to send players to Titan City. Really? Melancholic Smile immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. All right, I'll notify the others right away. After Shifeng was done dealing with matters on Melancholic Smile's side, he immediately instructed Aqua Rose to begin collecting the building materials needed for the magic tower. As for the necessary funds, he had her sell off the lands near the teleportation house. Although the value of those lands had yet peaked, he had purchased them very cheaply back then. Once they all sold, he should be able to earn over 10,000 gold at the very least. After Shifeng left the Blue Moon high-class bar, he rushed to the battle arena without hesitation. As advanced NPCs were responsible for the entire management of the battle arena right now, the income of the establishment was stored inside the battle arena itself. If he wanted to use the funds, he had to make a personal trip there to collect them. Currently, the battle arena was crowded with players. From afar, Shifeng could see many players surging into the building. Due to this scene, he suspected that had he not made the battle arena large enough back then, the structure might really have burst apart by now. After Shifeng entered the battle arena, he noticed that the establishment's original interior layout and decorations had transformed beyond recognition. The place looked nothing like when he had first constructed it. The splendid scene was reminiscent of the auction house in the kingdom's capital. Many window counters dotted the first-floor hall with a sweet and beautiful clerk manning each counter. Among these window counters were some specialized ones that catered only to members. Members of the battle arena could simply use these empty counters to register for a combat room instead of braving the absurdly long lines at the regular counters. Shifeng did not stop on the first floor. Instead, he headed directly to the 5th floor. The 5th floor of the battle arena housed not only combat halls and personal rooms for tournament winners, but also a warehouse and meeting room controlled by the NPC managers. These places were off-limits to outsiders and ordinary NPCs. After entering the warehouse, Shifeng turned towards Cook, the middle-aged man currently taking account inside the warehouse, and asked, "How is the operation of the battle arena coming along?" Cook had 78 points in wisdom. Among the 10 advanced managers Shifeng hired, Cook had the second highest wisdom. In terms of management capabilities, he was superior to even Aqua Rose. For example, he had negotiated the prices for the interior decoration of the battle arena all by himself. In the end, the NPC managed to outfit the battle arena with the most luxurious decorations using the least amount of money in the shortest possible time. If this task had been left to players to handle, they would have needed more than 2 days to achieve similar results. Chapter 1053, Master's Insignia. Upon hearing Shifeng's question, Cook immediately took out a list. "Boss, this is all of the battle arena's income and expenditures, as well as the expected future income. With our current income, I recommend constructing an underground floor. This way, we will be able to handle more customers," Cook suggested. Shifeng nodded after giving the proposal some thought. "All right, go ahead with it. Buildings in towns could be constructed both upwards and downwards. Only the cost of extending a building downwards was much higher than the opposite. Just constructing a single underground floor required 2,000 gold, which was 1,000 gold more expensive than a normal floor. Hence, Shifeng had never considered extending the battle arena downwards. However, the popularity of the battle arena exceeded his expectations. If they constructed a basement floor, they could also make it more spacious than the first-floor hall. With the battle arena's current popularity, it would take only a short time before they earned back their cost. Following which, Shifeng passed 2,000 gold to Cook and had him arrange for the construction of an underground floor. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself took a look at the list of accounts Cook had given him. "What? It's been less than a day, yet we've already received so many magic crystals." Shifeng gaped in shock as he looked at the list. Currently, the battle arena already had 416 registered members. Shifeng found this situation truly inconceivable. With the prerequisite registration fee of 100 magic crystals, he had obtained a total of 41,600 magic crystals from the 416 members. He had earned many more magic crystals from the registration fees than he had from Raven. There was also the profit of 539 magic crystals from combat room rentals. If they constructed an underground floor now, there would be additional combat rooms available for players to rent. The battle arena's income at that time would become even more frightening. With this, Shifeng now had an extra 42,139 magic crystals on him. If he invested this amount into the teleportation house, just thinking about it exhilarated him greatly. However, he had no intention of investing that many magic crystals into the teleportation house. After all, he simply had too many things that he needed to spend magic crystals on right now. Following which, Shifeng took these magic crystals and directly teleported back to White River City. White River City, Teleportation Hall. The moment Shifeng returned to the city, he could see many teams of guild players, who were all very high-leveled. The players leading these teams were even level 40 experts. Among these guilds were first- and second-rate guilds based in other kingdoms and empires. Why would so many large guilds from other kingdoms suddenly run all the way to White River City? Shifeng was stunned as he looked at all the guild players crowding the teleportation hall. Could they be here to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament? However, Shifeng promptly rejected this thought of his. Currently, the Blackwater Guild was only planning to deal with Zero Wing. It had not actually started taking action yet. As for the matter of the monsters at Black Ridge Town being under Blackwater's control, this was something he had learned from the secret pavilion only because the latter was trying to negotiate with him for cooperation. Hence, it was practically impossible for the large guilds of other countries to have found out about this matter. As for Blackwater's alliance with Pantheon, Pantheon obviously intended to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, it would have long since caused a huge commotion in Starmoon Kingdom. Leader, I just received news stating that Zero Wing is willing to sell the lands around the teleportation house. Excellent. We'll hurry over there immediately. As long as we obtain a plot of land there, Freedom Wind will be able to dispatch many more members over. Our guild will then gain more opportunities at the ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom. A tall level 40 ranger with an erect bearing said, his eyes glowing with excitement at hearing this news. The ranger wore dark gray armor and carried a blue longbow on his back. Without hesitation, the ranger led his 100-man team out of the teleportation hall. Why is Freedom Wind here as well? Shifeng was astonished when he overheard the conversation of these players. The guild known as Freedom Wind might be foreign to the players of Starmoon Kingdom, but for those residing in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, near the central region of the continent of God's domain, it was definitely a household name. The reason for the guild's fame was the thrashing it gave the only first-rate guild to settle down in the Sacred Hymn Kingdom, despite being only a second-rate guild. This feat instantly crowned it the overlord of the entire kingdom. This could be considered a legend in God's domain. Many large guilds had even suspected that Freedom Wind possessed a powerful corporation behind it. In fact, as far as Shifeng knew, Freedom Wind's backers included not only a major corporation, but also a well-known dojo in the real world. The guild could nurture experts rapidly, batch after batch. Even a relatively strong first-rate guild would readily fall to Freedom Wind. However, the Sacred Hymn Kingdom was very far from Starmoon Kingdom. The distance between the two kingdoms was even greater than that between Starmoon Kingdom and the Apocalypse Empire, which made the teleportation fee extraordinarily expensive. Despite that, Freedom Wind had still dispatched a team of 100 players over. Ancient ruins over at the Twin Towers Kingdom? Shifeng could not help but silently ponder on the words of Freedom Wind's members. If we're talking about ruins that can attract so many large guilds over, it seems the heaven-worshipping maze has been activated then. The Twin Towers Kingdom was very close to Starmoon Kingdom. Hence, he was quite knowledgeable about it. There were not many ancient ruins in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In fact, Shifeng could count them on the fingers of both hands. If he had to name the ruins that current players could explore, then it could only be the heaven-worshipping maze. Since the heaven-worshipping maze was ancient ruins, the drops inside were naturally impressive. Particularly, players could exchange for mounts inside the maze. This was one of the methods for obtaining high-ranking mounts. However, entering the heaven-worshipping maze was not that easy. The maze had a very high requirement for players' individual strength. At the very least, players needed to be capable of clearing the Trial Tower's 6th floor in order to enter the maze. This requirement was impossible for many expert players. In other words, only large guilds could dispatch some players to the maze. As for small guilds, they could only stare at the maze from outside. That's right, there's still the heaven-worshipping maze. An idea popped into Shifeng's head. The heaven-worshipping maze was divided into 3 layers. The layer with the lowest difficulty was the outer area. Players could obtain tablet fragments, which they could then exchange for high-ranking mounts from the monsters killed there. After the outer layer was the Black Fog area and the Temple area. At the Black Fog area, players could exchange for siege weapons used during ancient times, as well as for even better high-ranking mounts. Although these were no match for current siege weapons, they were still much better than low-end tools like the defense turret. The only problem was the large number of tablet fragments required to exchange for these siege weapons. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng continued on his way to the Candlelight Trading Firm. Currently, the meeting room on the Candlelight Trading Firm's 7th floor was filled with lifestyle players, who had just returned from the holy city of Titan. At first glance, Shifeng discovered that the number of advanced lifestyle players had already increased to as many as 40. The rest might have been able to become advanced lifestyle players as well, if not for them having been asked to leave the holy city ahead of time. As for Melancholic Smile, Cream Cocoa, and the others who had already been advanced lifestyle players, they had experienced plenty of transformations as well. Despite them having been separated for only 2 days or so, the aura surrounding their bodies had undergone earth-shattering changes. A Master's Insignia? Chapter 1054 Odds. Shifeng was astounded when he looked at a tall and thin youth named Burning Abyss. On this young man, Shifeng noticed a lion head emblem that was giving off a golden glow. This emblem was none other than the symbol of lifestyle masters, the Master's Insignia. Aside from being a symbol of one's status in God's domain, the emblem also had some good additional functions. Among them, one function increased the wielder's production success rate. Although the Master's Insignia was not comparable to the black steel insignia Shifeng obtained through a quest, it still provided a 3% increase in success rate. In addition, when producing items of the same level, one's production would be 10% faster. When producing items of lower levels, the increase in one's production speed would be 30%. Due to the existence of this Master's Insignia, the role of Master Lifestyle players became even more important. Guild Leader, you couldn't have imagined it, right? Burning got promoted into a Master Engineer some time ago. Moreover, he is God's domain's first Master Engineer. We planned to surprise you with this news, so we didn't tell you all this time, Melancholic Smile said softly. In reality, she too was very shocked that Burning Abyss was actually the first player in the Candlelight Trading Firm to become a lifestyle master. She had expected it to be Cream Cocoa. However, like a dark horse, Burning Abyss improved by leaps and bounds as soon as he entered Titan City. He was able to create new items and tools one after another, shortly becoming a lifestyle master. On the other hand, she and Cream Cocoa were still researching the properties of various raw materials. It would still be a while before they could get promoted to the master rank. Regarding the surprise Melancholic Smile prepared for him, Shifeng did not feel annoyed by it at all. A master lifestyle player. In shadow of the past, lifestyle masters were pivotal existences in the guild. Not to mention, Burning Abyss's talent was simply too awesome. He might have the potential to reach the Grandmaster rank. If he did, even super guilds would be helpless against the Candlelight Trading Firm. Right, what about the task I previously assigned to you all? Shifeng asked. In order to fulfill his agreement with the secret pavilion, Shifeng had Melancholic Smile and the others ceaselessly produce strengthening devices and bronze engineering locomotives. Even if the engineering locomotives cost a lot of materials to make, they still had no choice but to manufacture them. We've already completed it. We have to thank Burning for this. Without him, we really wouldn't have been able to produce the 10 bronze engineering locomotives in time, Melancholic Smile explained. Shifeng could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when he heard this. Very good. From now on, Burning Abyss will be the Candlelight Trading Firm's chief engineer and will enjoy benefits equal to that of Zero Wing's elders. Although there was still some time before he had to make the first payment to the secret pavilion, he did not know when the Blackwater Guild would make a move right now. If he could meet the stated quota ahead of time, the following matters would be much easier to deal with. Following which, Shifeng used his identity as Black Flame to announce Burning Abyss's promotion to the Candlelight Trading Firm's chief engineer. In the future, the youth could also use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted. Immediately, many advanced lifestyle players inside the meeting room looked at Burning Abyss with envy. Not only would he get to use the trading firm's basic meditation room anytime he wanted, but he would also enjoy the status of an elder in Zero Wing. As such, he would be able to choose a private room for himself in either the Candlelight Trading Firm or Zero Wing's guild residence. What was more, the Candlelight Trading Firm's private rooms were located on the shop's 7th floor, providing a view overlooking the entire trade district of White River City. That was a treatment that many people dreamed of obtaining. Since everyone's already here, I'll tell you what you all will be making next, Shifeng said. He then took out a very large design from his bag and placed it in the center of the circular wooden table. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the design, their breathing becoming a little ragged. A miniature ballista. This item might not be as popular as the bronze engineering locomotive among the masses, but to a guild, its value was not one bit lower than that of the locomotives. The miniature ballista boasted an extremely long attack range of 3,000 yards, an attack range that no player could achieve. Most monsters did not have such a long attack range, either. Thus, the siege tool was the perfect weapon to raid towns. Moreover, it was very simple to operate, requiring only 3 people to move and use it. Guild leader, are we really going to make this item? Melancholic Smile asked in surprise. The miniature ballista was a considerably advanced tool. Even with advanced lifestyle players like themselves manufacturing it, the production success rate would still be frighteningly low. Meanwhile, the production cost for the siege tool was quite high. After a cursory look of the materials required, Melancholic Smile estimated that a single miniature ballista would cost at least 1,000 gold to manufacture. Meanwhile, she judged that their production success rate would be less than 20%. Even with Burning Abyss handling the ballista's core component, it would be fortunate if he could achieve a 20% success rate. In other words, there was a chance that they might not even produce a single miniature ballista after spending 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. Even super guilds would have to think carefully when spending 10,000 gold. If they lost this kind of money, it would greatly hamper their development speed. Of course, Burning will be responsible for making the engineering portion of the core component of the ballista, while I'll personally handle the forging portion of the core. Finally, Burning will handle the assembly of the ballista as well. If there are no problems, you all may begin working now. If you succeed in producing 5 miniature ballistas in 10 hours, depending on your personal performance, you might get another chance to visit Titan City. Hopefully, you all can seize the opportunity. Shifeng said, chuckling. A single miniature ballista could deal with only a lone boss. Among the monsters the Blackwater Corporation controlled, there was no lack of boss-ranked monsters. A single miniature ballista would not be able to make much of a difference. If they had 5 miniature ballistas, however, the siege tools would be able to affect the war situation to a certain extent. Guild leader, will we really have another opportunity to visit the holy city of Titan as long as we perform sufficiently well? Many advanced lifestyle players asked excitedly. At this moment, even Burning Abyss, who had already become a master engineer, looked at Shifeng in astonishment. After experiencing the benefits the holy city provided, it was impossible for lifestyle players not to look forward to enjoying the plentiful resources of the holy city again. Moreover, the benefits they had sampled on their visit was only the tip of the iceberg of Titan City's offerings. There were still many places that they had not gotten to see. Of course. However, I'll say this first. The slots are limited. Shifeng replied, smiling. He then left the meeting room. Only after Shifeng was gone did everyone finally snap out of their daze. Immediately, every one of them rushed to check what tasks they were assigned to do, blood rushing to their eyes. Like maniacs, they then ran to their respective workshops to start working. As for Shifeng, he entered a special workshop himself, and directly used God's blessing to become a master forger. Through the aid of his various forging tools, it took Shifeng only a little over an hour to produce 15 core components that required forging. Fortunately, I have Icarus's heart. Otherwise, I really would be finished this time. Shifeng breathed out a sigh of relief as he looked at the core components. He had wasted nearly 40 sets of materials in order to produce these parts. Had he made them as an advanced forger instead of a master forger, his success rate would have been less than 10%. In that case, wasting over 100 sets of materials would not have been surprising. Chapter 1055 Town Trade. After completing the core components, Shifeng handed them over to Melancholic Smile. The manufacturing of the miniature ballista was extremely complex, requiring many components. However, aside from the core components, the other parts were well within the capabilities of advanced lifestyle players. As for the final assembly work, with Burning Abyss's standards, the master engineer would be more than capable of handling it. As for Shifeng himself, he still had many things he needed to do. Guild leader, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are buying increasingly fewer lightstones from us recently, yet the amount they are selling on their side has been continuously increasing. It is likely they have already obtained plenty of lightstone designs. Should we start lowering our selling price as well? Melancholic Smile asked worriedly. After she had returned and took up the reins of the Candlelight trading firm again, she suddenly discovered that the trading firm's position in Starmoon Kingdom had become increasingly precarious. Setting aside the fact that both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms possessed exclusive products, just the competitiveness of the Candlelight trading firm's hottest-selling product, the Light Stone, was already growing progressively weaker. In addition, unlike the Candlelight trading firm, which only had shops covering several of Starmoon Kingdom's important NPC cities, both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms had shops covering the entire Starmoon Kingdom. At this rate, it would only be a few days before they overtook the Candlelight trading firm. If that happened, Candlelight's income would take a significant hit. So even the light stones are unable to hold out any longer? Looking at the list Melancholic Smile handed to him, Shifeng smiled as he said, "Since it's no good already, it's about time we switch to a new main product." Change our main product? Melancholic Smile's thoughts shifted towards the strengthening device. The strengthening device was currently very popular on the market. However, due to its exorbitant price, only larger guilds could afford to buy it. In terms of market size, it was nowhere close to the light stone. Take this and have some trustworthy alchemists learn it. From now on, our main product will be this item, Shifeng said as he took out the alchemy's secret journal from his bag. The exotic stamina potion recorded inside the journal possessed effects that all players dearly needed. Moreover, the materials used to craft the potion were not particularly precious. Hence, its selling price would not be very high either. Even ordinary players would be able to afford it easily. Guild leader, you're too amazing. You actually managed to get your hands on this thing as well. Melancholic Smile exclaimed in excitement after taking a brief look through the journal. If we have this potion, I want to see just how the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms are going to compete against us. When consumed, the exotic stamina potion increased a player's maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery speed by 80% for 10 hours. This was a must-have item for players seeking to level up quickly. Moreover, the total cost of the materials required to make the potion was roughly only 2 silver. If advanced alchemists crafted the potion, they would have a success rate of 50%. In other words, the total cost of making a bottle of exotic stamina potion was around 4 silver coins. With the excellent effects of the potion, even if they sold each bottle for 10 silver, there would still be swarms of players willing to buy it. Meanwhile, at 10 silver, it would still be cheaper than the mana mixture introduced by the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. In addition, the exotic stamina potion was suitable for a much wider market than the mana mixture. With this, there was no way Blackwater and Heavenly could bring down the Candlelight trading firm. The players of God's domain earned a limited income every day. As would be expected, they could spend their scant funds on only a small number of items. Hence, when players were choosing which trading firm to shop at, they would naturally choose the trading firm with the lower prices and more useful products. Meanwhile, 10 silver coins was a considerable sum to ordinary players. Even elite players could just barely afford this price. Hence, if these elite players purchased the exotic stamina potion, they would no longer have any money left for other items, which would definitely have a significant impact on the business of both the Blackwater and Heavenly trading firms. Following which, Melancholic Smile happily took the Alchemy Secret Journal and left the special workshop to select people to learn the exotic stamina potion's recipe. As for Shifeng, he used the Abyss Pendant's teleportation skill to return to the Golden Sands archipelago. At the same time, 2 major incidents had occurred in Stone Forest Town. Moreover, both situations greatly excited the local players. The first incident was that Stone Forest Town's battle arena had constructed an underground floor housing combat rooms. Moreover, the new floor's area was considerably larger than the first floor's. Since the battle arena only had combat rooms set up for rent in the first 3 floors of the building, the addition of the underground floor was equivalent to increasing the capacity of the battle arena by more than 1/3. Meanwhile, the second and more exciting incident was that the first group of wandering merchant NPCs had finally arrived at Stone Forest Town. Wandering merchants were a privilege that only player towns enjoyed. This visit was something that would never occur in NPC towns. Unlike ordinary NPC merchants, these wandering merchants would sell rare items that were not available anywhere else. Even rare tools that were very useful to players, such as magic scrolls or special potions. However, attracting wandering merchants to a town was not an easy task. To do so, a town needed extremely safe trade routes. Otherwise, these wandering merchants, who were highly risk-averse, would not travel to said town. There's no stopping Stone Forest Town from rising now. Haha, I've profited big today. I only spent 3 silver to purchase a swamp scroll. With this scroll, if I party up with 2 more people, we will be able to thrash a field chieftain. That's nothing. Didn't you see that a guy managed to purchase a lucky potion for a mere 12 silver just now? I heard that the lucky potion will raise a player's luck attribute by 10 points for half an hour. He then resold that potion for 10 gold coins. What a pity. By the time I reached those wandering merchants, their products had already sold out. The arrival of the wandering merchants gave rise to discussions among the players in town about the NPCs. The merchandise of these NPCs completely surpassed everyone's imaginations. They had all kinds of rare and strange goods up for sale. The only unfortunate part was that they sold only a limited amount of the products each day. Moreover, the items they sold every day were not fixed. However, it was also precisely because of this restricted supply that many players chose to live in Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, this situation was a boon to Stone Forest Town, since it levied a 10% tax on all local sales. Although that was not a lot of money, the income from taxes would increase as the number of NPC merchants gathered in the town rose. At the same time, word about the wandering merchants also began spreading in Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. Stone Forest Town's thrilling wandering merchants. Purchased lucky potion resold for 100 times the purchase price. News regarding the wandering merchants immediately piqued the envy of many players throughout the kingdom. Ordinary players would consider themselves rich if they had 1 gold coin on their person, all the more 10 gold coins. If they could encounter such fortuitous situations several times, they would be able to buy a common mount for themselves by the time they reached level 40. Many expert players were too poor to purchase mounts even after reaching level 40. Starmoon City, Blackwater's guild residence. At this time, the elegant and beautiful Qin Muyan suddenly entered the guild leader's office. With a slightly gloomy expression, she said, "Guild leader, young Master Jing is already dissatisfied with your performance because of this matter regarding Stone Forest Town. He says that you need to settle this matter as soon as possible. If you can't get even such a small matter done." Chapter 1056, Grandmaster Magic Array. Abandoned Wave, who was seated behind his desk, frowned slightly when he heard Qin Muyun's words. In reality, he was also uncomfortable with Stone Forest Town's present situation. Due to the construction of the Magic Tower in Stone Forest Town, many of Zero Wing's elite and expert members had gathered there, instantly raising the difficulty of raiding the town significantly. With the addition of the wandering merchants now, most likely, there would be many more independent players trying to join Zero Wing. As long as these players became Zero Wings members, not only would they enjoy the membership perks at the battle arena, but they would also have the convenience of much shorter travel times to Stone Forest Town due to the guild transfer scroll. The time savings from joining Zero Wing had tempted many independent players with good standards and strength. He had already received news that soon after the battle arena appeared, the number of players trying to join Zero Wing had started increasing exponentially. Moreover, practically every elite and expert player that recently joined Zero Wing had promptly migrated to Stone Forest Town to develop themselves. I understand. Tell young Master Jing that as long as he gives me a little more time, Stone Forest Town will very quickly become the Blackwater Guild's property, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. Also, tell Black Robe that the sacrifices he asked for are already ready. He had to admit that Zero Wing's strength was ramping up quite rapidly. Unfortunately, the guild had the misfortune to meet him. Otherwise, there truly wouldn't be anybody in Starmoon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming its overlord. However, now that the Blackwater Guild had arrived, Zero Wing could only perish. Upon hearing Abandoned Wave's reply, Qin Muyin turned around and left the office. At the same time, using the Abyss Pendant, Shifeng appeared once more before the small cabin inside the ancient ruins at the core of the Golden Sands archipelago. This time, Shifeng immediately opened the wooden door and entered the cabin. Although the cabin looked small on the outside and appeared to have only a single floor, stepping into the cabin was like entering a completely different world. The inside was just like a player-constructed building, where the internal space was usually larger than what was visible on the outside. Only, the disparity between the wooden cabin's frontage and interior space was much more grandiose. Upon entering the cabin, Shifeng came upon an elegant hall the size of 2 basketball courts. Exquisite glass cabinets dotted the hall. There were all sorts of rare items on display inside these cabinets, and no lack of items that could tempt even expert players. Meanwhile, 10 level 200 NPCs stood guard around the hall, with 4 stationed by the staircase leading up to the cabin's second floor. In addition to these guards, there was also a handsome and beautiful young man who seemed to be the manager of the establishment. The youth's appearance could fascinate even men. When Shifeng looked at the youth, he could only see the youth's name, Harold, displayed. He could not see any other information about him. However, if one used an advanced identification skill on the youth, they would discover that the young and beautiful Harold was not a human at all. Harold, High Elf, Grand Wizard level? HP? / In the past, many players often discussed which NPC in God's domain they thought was the strongest. They would also make strength rankings for NPCs, according to the NPC's tiers. In other words, only NPCs of the same tier would be compared with each other. Meanwhile, as a Tier 5 NPC, Harold's strength had always been a mystery to everyone. After reaching level 200, many players had attempted to use extremely powerful identification skills to examine Harold. In the end, however, they still failed to discern Harold's level and HP. In addition, nobody had ever seen Harold's true strength. Although there had been 6 Tier 5 experts who had attempted to rob the Golden Sands exchange shop in the past, Harold had instantly annihilated them in a single move. After those experts died, not only did they each lose 10 whole levels, but they also got jailed for over half a month. From then on, nobody else dared to provoke Harold. They only knew that this high elf was exceedingly puissant. After all, it was simply impossible for an ordinary Tier 5 NPC to defeat 6 Tier 5 players so swiftly. Even the Windbreaker, Kite, had not possessed this kind of strength at his peak. Hence, Harold's strength had always been a mystery. Regardless, his strength was publicly acknowledged to rank within the top 5 among the various Tier 5 NPCs of God's domain. After Shifeng entered the exchange shop, Harold slowly made his way over to him. In a very friendly manner, Harold handed a delicate, corolla flower-shaped emblem over to Shifeng and said softly, "Sir, congratulations on becoming a member of our exchange shop. Here is our establishment's member's emblem. In the future, you may use this emblem to visit our shop anytime you want. In addition, you may visit our shop's second-floor hall. The items up for exchange there are all treasures carefully selected by our shop." "Thank you. I wish to take a look at the second floor, then. May I know what are the best products available for exchange this week?" Shifeng asked, speaking as if he were an old customer after storing the exchange shop's member's emblem. After he had obtained the large quantity of magic crystals from the battle arena, he had directly paid 10,000 crystals to the system. Although he had felt a slight sting at the loss, compared to using the other methods to become a member of the exchange shop, it was already the best option. "Please follow me, sir," Harold said before leading Shifeng upstairs. The size of the second floor's hall was somewhat smaller than the first floor's. Moreover, the number of glass display cabinets here was only 1/10 of that of the first floor halls. Even so, the 30,000-plus magic crystals Shifeng had on him right now was most likely insufficient to buy even 1/10 of the items displayed here. Even the cheapest item on display was priced at 2,000 magic crystals. Taking a casual glance around, Shifeng had also discovered many items priced above 10,000 magic crystals. Sure enough, the second floor isn't a place for normal people. Shifeng was rendered speechless by what he saw. Currently, 100 magic crystals could be used to exchange for 25 gold coins on the market. 10,000 magic crystals would be equivalent to 2,500 gold. In other words, among the items displayed, there were many valued above 2,500 gold. 2,500 gold. With that kind of money, one could already purchase an epic item. "Sir, of the many products that have arrived in our shop this week, these 5 items are the ones our shop is proudest of. Hopefully, they are to your liking," Harold said very confidently as he brought Shifeng over to a glass cabinet protected by a magic array. "This is a Grandmaster magic array." Shifeng could not help his shock when he saw the magic array protecting the 5 items. He had done his fair share of research into magic arrays in the past, and could even draw intermediate magic arrays. Although he was not a master at crafting magic arrays, he could more or less discern their standard. As for the magic array Shifeng was currently standing on, he had only seen the likes of this around the palaces in imperial capitals. Even a group of Tier 5 NPCs would have difficulty breaking through a Grandmaster magic array within a short time. If it were an even more powerful Grandmaster magic array, those Tier 5 NPCs might meet their end. Yet, right now, one such Grandmaster magic array was actually being used to protect 5 items. This was entirely too extravagant. Chapter 1057, Divine Beast's Descent. "Sir, it seems that you are considerably knowledgeable about magic arrays," Harold addressed Shifeng, who had focused on the magic array protecting the glass cabinet for quite some time. Chuckling, he continued, "If you are interested in magic arrays, we happen to have a few designs for sale at the moment. I believe that you will be satisfied with our selection." Hearing this, Shifeng's eyes shone with excitement. Hurriedly, he turned to Harold and asked, "You actually sell magic array designs here?" In God's domain, magic arrays were considered secrets. Normally, players could not purchase them. At most, players could purchase some unimportant magic scrolls or gain some basic understanding of them in libraries. Players almost never found an opportunity to encounter magic array designs. Shifeng had only obtained the 9-star Polar Domain magic array design by completing an epic quest. He had never imagined that he could purchase magic array designs on the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's second floor. If Shifeng had known that he could buy such items in his previous life, he would have tried to become one of the exchange shop's members regardless of the cost. Magic arrays might not help players much during the game's early stages, but as players reached higher levels, their impact would increase. This was especially true for guilds. In guild wars, only those who were at least elite players could affect the tide of battle. Ordinary players were simply risking their lives if they participated. They would only increase their guild's losses. However, as players understood more about magic arrays, their use became more widespread. Casting large-scale, group spells was one such example. A single magical class player might not be able to use extremely powerful spells, but powerful magic arrays could combine the mana of tens or even hundreds of magical class players to cast an intensely destructive spell. Furthermore, producing such magic arrays was far easier than producing magic scrolls that contained Tier 4 or even Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Because of this, even during God's Domain's later stages, ordinary players could play a considerable role in large-scale wars. Although, how well a guild utilized its normal members depended on their magic array research. If one wanted to research magic arrays, they first needed enough of the designs. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds had tried desperately to collect all sorts of magic array designs. If he could obtain the designs for large-scale group spells right now, Zero Wing would not have to fear any guild in God's domain. Current players had no hope against large-scale, group spells. At the very least, one needed a Tier 4 Great Wizard on their side to counter such destructive power. "Sir, are you not going to consider our shop's top 5 recommended products first?" Harold asked disappointedly. Glancing at the 5 items inside the glass cabinet before him, Shifeng shook his head and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I think that the magic array designs are far more attractive." The 5 items inside the glass cabinet were as precious as Harold claimed. An epic staff even rested among them. Unfortunately, the prices were simply too high for Shifeng to accept. The exchange shop sold these items far above market price. Unless one needed these items urgently, they'd be a fool to purchase any of them. In the past, the 6 Tier 5 players had a reason for trying to rob the exchange shop. The shop's exorbitant prices for the items they sought had been precisely why they had taken the risk. Unfortunately, those players had failed in the end. Aside from being known as the Golden Sands Exchange Shop's manager, Harold had another title in the outside world, the Blackheart Merchant. Among the 5 items displayed, the cheapest cost 24,000 magic crystals, while the most expensive, the glowing black and white staff, cost 52,000 magic crystals. If converted to coins, that staff would be worth 13,000 gold. If the staff were only 1 or 2,000 gold above market value, Shifeng would have considered purchasing it. However, Shifeng was not willing to pay 13,000 gold. Seeing Shifeng's disinterest, Harold dismissed his hopes of promoting the items. Instead, he led Shifeng to a corner. 3 small glass cabinets occupied the corner, each cabinet containing a thick, solid book cast in gold. These were none other than the magic array designs. "May I know if you are satisfied with our products, sir?" Harold asked, smiling. Although the magic array designs were not as valuable as the 5 items, they were still particularly high-priced items in the shop. Among the 3 designs, the cheapest, the 13 totem poles, cost 8,000 magic crystals. It was a basic suppression magic array and required 13 magical classes to activate. It was superbly effective against lone field or dungeon bosses. The magic array belonged to the middle upper standard among basic magic arrays. The second design cost 12,000 magic crystals and was the double protection barrier. It was similarly a basic magic array, but of a much higher standard than the 13 totem poles. It required 100 magical class players to activate. When activated, it formed a defensive magic array that would block all damage from the outside. Among basic magic arrays, it was of the highest quality. The last design was also the most valuable, costing 24,000 magic crystals. This magic array was the Divine Beast's Descent. The magic array concentrated the mana of 88 summoners to summon a divine beast to do battle. It belonged to the middle upper standard among intermediate magic arrays. As I expected of the exchange shop, it even has an intermediate magic array. Shifeng was shocked. Basic magic array designs were relatively easy to find in God's domain. However, after reaching the intermediate rank, magic array designs became extraordinarily rare. Even large guilds found them quite difficult to obtain. Thus, it was truly surprising to find one in the exchange shop. Although the Divine Beast's Descent magic array cost far more than its market value, the magic array would play a massive role in guild wars. The 9-star Polar Domain magic array he currently possessed was a suppression-type magic array. Its main purpose was to weaken bosses. In a war between players, its results were only satisfactory if used in narrow terrain. For siege battles and battles in broad, open spaces, the intermediate magic array was not particularly useful. However, the Divine Beast's Descent was a summoning-type magic array, and players could utilize powerful monsters in battle. This was like a summoning scroll. Only the magic array's conditions were much more stringent, requiring 88 summoners to maintain it. If the magic array were interrupted, the summoned creature would disappear immediately. Most importantly, it was extremely costly as it required 88 magic array scrolls to activate. These scrolls would also disappear after a single use. Even so, it was an extremely powerful tool of war. After all, ordinary players' role in these wars was simply too small. They were practically negligible. However, combining their power and transforming them into a devastating force would be terrifying. After all, ordinary players comprise the majority of a guild's members. Chapter 1058, Change in the Capital. Have any of these caught your eye? Harold asked Shifeng once more, still smiling. Although there were only 3 magic array designs, and the most powerful was only intermediate rank, they were not easy to find elsewhere. Magic array designs were particularly valuable after reaching intermediate rank. Shifeng hovered between the 3 magic array designs. Although the 13 totem poles was only a basic suppression magic array, and far from being comparable to the 9-star polar domain, as a basic magic array, more players would be capable of producing it. Even now, Shifeng was the only person capable of producing the 9-star polar domain. However, when would he find the time to mass-produce the magic array? However, the guild had quite a few players who could produce the 13 totem poles magic array. With this, the guild's overall strength in dungeons would increase significantly. It would be easier to obtain a plethora of good equipment. As for the double protection barrier, as a defensive magic array, it was perfectly suited for siege battles. Aside from that, it did not have much purpose. Lastly, the Divine Beast's Descent was a common type in large guild wars. All 3 magic arrays had their own uses. All 3 were also things that Zero Wing sorely needed. However, Shifeng could not afford all 3 due to their exorbitant prices. I want the Divine Beast's Descent and the double protection barrier, Shifeng announced after a moment of hesitation. His current priority was to defend Stone Forest Town. He had no choice but to give up on the 13 totem poles. With a limited amount of magic crystals, he had to use them on what was most necessary. Alright then, the 2 magic array designs will cost you a total of 36,000 magic crystals, Harold said. Following which, Shifeng handed over the last of the magic crystals from the battle arena. Only after including some of the magic crystals from the Candlelight Trading Firm's warehouse could he barely afford the total cost. This is truly fraudulent. Shifeng could not help but feel a slight sting as he handed the magic crystals over. With all of these magic crystals, he should be able to purchase 4 or 5 magic array designs from the market. Here are your magic array designs, sir, Harold said, his smile becoming even more cheerful after receiving the magic crystals. As you are a member of our exchange shop, for every 10,000 magic crystals you spend, you'll obtain 1 point. When you've accumulated 500 points, we can raise your membership status to an advanced member. You'll receive a 10% discount on all purchases on the second floor hall and a 20% discount on the first floor hall. You'll also qualify to enter our exchange shop's main branch. Currently, you've spent 36,000 magic crystals, so you have obtained 3 points. If you spend another 4,000 magic crystals right now, you'll receive 4 points instead. For a moment, Shifeng was at a loss for words. He had to admit that Harold was a crafty merchant. Fortunately, he didn't have any more magic crystals on him. Otherwise, Harold might have persuaded him to purchase another item for 4,000 magic crystals. However, this revelation confused Shifeng slightly. He hadn't expected an additional membership rank, and the advanced members even had access to the main branch. However, as far as he could remember, there had never been any mention of an advanced membership in the past. Although rare, some players had become normal members of the Golden Sands Exchange shop. Moreover, there was no real benefit in hiding this fact. Excuse me, but can every member of the exchange shop be promoted to an advanced member? Shifeng asked curiously. Harold shook his head, chuckling before he explained, not everyone receives this privilege. As you are the first heaven-blessed person to visit our shop, we have extended this benefit. Normally, members have to spend an additional 10 million magic crystals before we notify them of this option. So that's why nobody knew about the advanced membership in the past. Realization dawned on Shifeng. Following which, Shifeng took the 2 magic array designs and left the exchange shop. As for becoming an advanced member, it was too early to bother with. Although, if he secured the manatite vein in that dangerous sea zone, he could consider becoming an advanced member. Otherwise, not a single guild throughout God's domain could afford the promotion requirement of 5 million magic crystals. After leaving the exchange shop, Shifeng used the 7 Luminaries Ring space movement to reach a distant beach. He then released the swift dragon speedboat and traveled to his final destination, the Savage Wildland. As the Savage Wildland was very close to a dangerous sea zone, it was easy for players to encounter sea monsters. Although these sea monsters' levels only ranged between level 40 and level 50, the threat they posed surpassed that of ordinary level 40 to level 50 High Lords. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's plan of using the Magic Tower to lure players to the Town of Beginnings wouldn't be nearly as effective as doing so with a town on the mainland. After all, traveling to the Savage Wildland was simply too dangerous for current players. However, this had allowed Shifeng to spot a business opportunity. Traveling to the Savage Wildland in a fishing boat was undoubtedly dangerous. However, if one used a speedboat, the danger would decrease significantly. What he needed to do was to open a sea route between Ocean Viewing Town and the Savage Wildland, starting a transportation business. If he charged each person 2 silver, a flood of players would brave the journey. Even if there were only 10,000 players trying to reach the Savage Wildland each day, he could still earn 200 gold daily. However, this was a conservative estimate. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Even though the town was over 10 hours away from the nearest teleportation point on foot, a large number of players made the trip. Moreover, by the time the Town of Beginnings developed into a medium-sized town and unlocked the Savage Wildland's true value, at that time, it would not be surprising if hundreds of thousands of players attempted the trip every day. The income he could gain from the transportation business might even match the income from the Town of Beginnings. Shifeng could still remember that when the Town of Beginnings had developed into a small-sized city, the city's permanent player population had already neared 1 million. As for city's floating population, that was well over 5 million. If that came to pass once again, counting each day's earnings would become laborious. Time passed quickly. The trip, which should have taken over an hour, was over in only 10 minutes or so thanks to the Swift Dragon speedboat. From a distance, the Savage Wildland looked like a new continent. At first glance, the island seemed to have no end. The island was roughly the size of a major city's jurisdiction on the mainland. However, even the island's outer region was not easy to reach. Following which, Shifeng found a place to dock before storing the Swift Dragon speedboat. He then unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and activated Phantom Kill, his doppelganger splitting from his body. The 7 Luminaries' ring space movement was quite convenient. However, he was no god. He could not remember the exact coordinates of the Otherworld transfer gate. He could only determine its general location on the map. But, how dangerous was the core area? As a precaution, he could use the Replace skill to avoid dying should he find any powerful monsters during his journey. As Shifeng was about to use space movement, he received a call from Aqua Rose. "Guild leader, this is bad. I just received a report from the secret pavilion stating that 3 of Pantheon's core legions have snuck into Starmoon City." Chapter 1059, Passage Established. On the semi-transparent screen, anxiety pulled at Aqua Rose's fair, dainty face. When Shifeng had told her that Pantheon had joined with Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing, she had doubted his words. Moreover, even if it were true, it should have been quite some time before Blackwater attacked Zero Wing directly. She had never imagined that Blackwater would move this quickly. If Blackwater and Pantheon had truly come for Zero Wing, she was not certain that Zero Wing could hold its ground against the guilds. After all, Pantheon was a bona fide super guild. She was not ignorant as she had once been. After experiencing the secret pavilion's simulation training system, she understood just how terrifying super guilds were. The strength these guilds normally revealed was the tip of the iceberg. However, this tip was more than enough to frighten any first-rate guild. It seems that they can no longer wait. The news didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. They could have flown under the radar if Stone Forest Town's popularity had been the only thing growing. However, Zero Wing benefited from the town's growth. Right now, the guild was continuously absorbing the elites and experts among independent players, increasing the guild's overall strength. If Zero Wing were given another 3 to 5 days, Blackwater would have to pay an even higher price to take Stone Forest Town down. If it were up to Shifeng, he would likely take action as soon as possible as well. "Guild leader, should I dispatch men to Stone Forest Town?" Aqua Rose asked. Try to do it as quietly as possible to avoid arousing their suspicion, Shifeng instructed after giving the matter some thought. Use the money we earned from the lands we sold to purchase the building materials for the magic tower, and send those as well. This way, they won't realize that we're already on to them. Have some people start construction of the magic tower's framework. I'll try to be there as quickly as possible. This war was no trivial matter. Zero Wing could not afford to lose. It would be best if he constructed more magic towers to defend Stone Forest Town as a precaution. If he could not even defend Stone Forest Town, his future city would also be finished. He would also have to figure out how to defend his city without magic towers. Understood. Aqua Rose disconnected the call and quickly saw to the necessary arrangements. Following which, Shifeng immediately used space movement and crossed the savage wildland to its core area. However, as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the spatial tear, he came face to face with a Tyrant that stood over 10 meters tall. The vines that stretched from the Trent's body were like iron whips. Despite one of these vines just casually striking a massive rock, the stone shattered. Over 100 vines surrounded the Trent's body. Old Forest Tyrant, elemental creature, Lord, level 110 HP? When Shifeng saw this Old Forest Tyrant, his expression turned gloomy. Against a level 110 Lord, even a relatively skilled Tier 2 player of the same level would have to run for their life. Roar! Upon noticing Shifeng, the old Tyrant released an angry roar. Immediately, over a dozen vines shot towards Shifeng as quick as lightning. Pung! 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 After the vines' attacks passed, the ground split into dozens of segments. The horrific scene looked as if an earthquake had shaken the island. Fortunately, Shifeng had managed to activate the replace skill in time, avoiding the intended execution. Shifeng's doppelganger, however, had not been as fortunate as the vines had obliterated it instantly. That was a close one. Shifeng was shaken by his doppelganger's sudden death. Not only were the vines very fast, but their movements were also cunning. The vines had attacked from his blind spots, enveloping him. The only option to cope with the attacks was to face them head-on. However, if he chose to do that, he would end up as nothing more than a gory mess. The difference between their attributes was simply too large. Techniques could not make up for that gap. After 5 minutes, Shifeng used Phantom Kill once more. Readjusting his transfer coordinates, he activated space movement. With the knowledge he had gained from his first transfer and some minor adjustments, he accurately teleported to the Otherworld transfer gate. The transfer gate was massive. Standing over 100 meters tall, it looked like a towering skyscraper. Magic arrays, which had existed since ancient times, surrounded the transfer gate. With these magic arrays, even the final boss of the Savage Wildlands core, the demonic golden elephant, could not approach the transfer gate. As long as players entered the magic array, they would be in a safe zone. Monsters wouldn't chase them once they reached that point. However, the magic array had one disadvantage. Magic arrays could not be superimposed over one another. If Shifeng wanted to establish a teleportation array, he needed to do it outside of the magic array, protecting the Otherworld transfer gate. However, several monsters, all over level 100, drooled as they waited for him to leave the magic array's safety. In God's domain, setting the transfer coordinates for a teleportation array generally required 30 seconds. It was practically impossible to set the coordinates in the monster-infested core area. In the past, players had only established the coordinates for a teleportation array because Super Guild's members had cleared the area's monsters. Once the coordinates were established, Super Guilds had stationed experts near the Otherworld transfer gate to contain the monster population, allowing players to reach the transfer gate safely. Shifeng wasn't yet strong enough to kill the surrounding monsters, much less clearing them out periodically. Although Shifeng wasn't strong enough, he did have the monster repellent scroll. The monster repellent scroll would disperse the monsters within a fixed area. Once the monsters were gone, establishing the transfer coordinates would be easy. The only problem was that, when players teleported here in the future, they still had to deal with the guardian monsters. However, if players reacted quickly enough and could cross into the Otherworld in time, those monsters would be helpless to stop them. Scatter! Shifeng unfurled the monster repellent scroll. Immediately, the monsters around the Otherworld transfer gate began to flee, and the area fell silent. Taking this opportunity, Shifeng immediately began to establish the transfer coordinates. With the transfer coordinates established, Zero Wings members could teleport here using a teleportation magic array and train inside an otherworld to improve their strength. Even Super Guild's Apex experts didn't enjoy such perks. After Shifeng finished with the transfer coordinates, he retrieved a return scroll and returned to White River City. Now that Blackwater had shown signs of movement, he needed to use what little time he had left to produce magic array scrolls. Unfortunately, when Shifeng arrived before the candlelight trading firm, Aqua Rose called. When the video call connected, Shifeng noticed the woman's grim expression. What happened? I'm not sure what's going on exactly, but just a moment ago, our guild members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls to transfer to Stone Forest Town. Players in Stone Forest Town couldn't use their transfer scrolls to return to White River City either. Even their return scrolls have stopped working. Aside from that, Blackwater has surrounded the closest NPC town. And in Lake Heart City, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members have begun to slaughter ours. Gentle Snow's people have been badly pummeled. Aqua Rose was extremely anxious. Although she had sent a lot of the guild expert and elite members to Stone Forest Town, there was still too few members there right now. Now that their members couldn't use their guild transfer scrolls, Zero Wing couldn't send more reinforcements. Chapter 1060 Action. Shifeng's expression darkened upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. The guild transfer scrolls can't be used? Shifeng pondered the situation. Could they have used a sealing magic array? The various large guilds had commonly used sealing magic arrays to raid towns and cities in the past. However, such magic arrays were extremely rare. Generally, players only had a chance of coming across one in level 60 and above secret locations. With the guild's current strength, it was impossible to obtain one. Guild leader, should I lead some experts to take charge of the situation? Afterward, you can lead the guild's army to support us. I believe that, with Stone Forest Town's defensive advantage, we should be able to hold out until the army arrives. Aqua Rose suggested. Blackwater and Pantheon had acted too quickly. Although they had begun to prepare, they had never expected Blackwater to pull such a card. Without the advantage of the guild transfer scrolls, it would take a considerable amount of time for Zero Wing to reach Stone Forest Town. By the time the army arrived, the siege would be underway. However, there were very few Zero Wing upper echelons in Stone Forest Town right now. Without anyone taking charge of such a large-scale guild war, the town could easily fall. Hence, they quickly needed to dispatch experts capable of leading the defense. All right, lead the members who have mounts and start on the town's fortifications. However, be careful of ambushes from Blackwater. Since they have gone to the trouble of sealing the entire map, they definitely have plans to prevent anyone from reaching the town, Shifeng said, nodding. Currently, mounts were still far from being common in God's domain. Even in super guilds, only very few experts had obtained a mount. Aqua Rose's group only needed to break through Blackwater's defensive line, and they could reach Stone Forest Town without trouble. Players without mounts had no hope of catching up to them at all. Moreover, due to a fortuitous encounter, Aqua Rose had obtained and completed a quest that had awarded her with a secret silver-ranked flame horse. With the speed of a secret silver mount, even Super Guild's players with mounts would not catch up to her. After all, secret silver mounts were very rare. After Shifeng finished assigning Aqua Rose's tasks, he entered the candlelight trading firm's basic meditation room and activated God's blessing. Using the materials that Melancholic Smile had prepared for him, he began to produce one magic array scroll after another. Even if Blackwater's army traveled towards Stone Forest Town from the nearest teleportation point, they would have to run for over 10 hours. Moreover, after such a long run, they would have to rest before joining the battle. Otherwise, ordering an army that had nearly exhausted its stamina to raid a town would be the epitome of foolishness. Meanwhile, if Shifeng hurried towards Stone Forest Town, he could arrive far more quickly. The sealing magic array created mana fluctuations in the affected area and prevented teleportation magic arrays from functioning properly. However, Shifeng had the 7 Luminaries ring. Space movement was different from teleportation. Even if there were mana fluctuations in an area, the skill would not be affected. Hence, he could simply teleport to the nearest town and continue towards Stone Forest Town. In terms of speed, even someone riding a dark gold mount would be no match for him. He now had over 10 hours to prepare for war. Right now, his priority was to make as many magic array scrolls as he could. Everything else was secondary. As for organizing an army to reinforce Stone Forest Town, he had no intentions of doing so. If it came down to a direct confrontation, even if Zero Wing were 10 times stronger, it would be no match for Blackwater as the latter controlled those one-horned humanoid monsters. Sending players against those monsters was the equivalent of sending them to their graves. Furthermore, how could Zero Wing outmatch Pantheon's expert count? Zero Wing's only hope relied on magic array scrolls and the town's defenses. Shortly after Blackwater sealed off the map surrounding the Stoneclaw Mountains, many players noticed the scent of gunpowder in the air. As Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's elite armies began pouring into the town nearest to Stone Forest Town, the various large guilds around Starmoon Kingdom realized that Blackwater intended to steal Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, a commotion shook Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. What? They're starting to fight already? I wonder who will win this war. Do you even need to ask? It will definitely be Blackwater. Didn't you see how many players the guild has gathered? Moreover, I heard that even Pantheon is getting involved. How could Stone Forest Town be that easy to raid? Don't forget that Zero Wing has stationed many NPC guards in Stone Forest Town. In addition, the town has the normal guards that belong to the guild's members, as well as the defensive turrets. Even if Blackwater has the advantage in numbers, it will still be very difficult to capture Stone Forest Town. Moreover, Zero Wing has the home ground advantage. Even after its members die, they can resurrect in the town. Blackwater's members, however, will have to travel for over 10 hours to return to the battlefield. You're right. For a time, Starmoon Kingdom's forums were cluttered with conversations about the guild war. Many players had even eagerly rushed towards Stone Forest Town after receiving news, wishing to witness this war with their own eyes. In reality, it wasn't just players who were eager to watch this war. Every guild in Starmoon Kingdom paid close attention to Stone Forest Town as well. After all, this could be considered Starmoon Kingdom's first siege war. This war's outcome was significantly important. If Zero Wing failed to defend Stone Forest Town, after losing this goldmine of a town, the guild would most likely be reduced to a second-rate guild. Blackwater might gradually devour the guild until the name Zero Wing no longer existed in Starmoon Kingdom. On the other hand, if Zero Wing repelled Blackwater's assault, after this war, Zero Wing's influence in Starmoon Kingdom would reach unprecedented levels. Within a short time, Zero Wing's strength would undoubtedly climb by leaps and bounds. Many players in Starmoon Kingdom had felt that the Blackwater Guild, which had the support of the Blackwater Corporation, had massive potential and thought that it was guaranteed to become Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Hence, many players and companies paid close attention to this war. If Zero Wing came out victorious, it would be impossible for Blackwater to organize further effective assaults in a short time. For a long time to come, Zero Wing would remain as Starmoon Kingdom's ruler. Meanwhile, inside the second-floor VIP room of a high-class bar in Sima Town, the town closest to Stone Forest Town, Pantheon has lost its mind. It would have been fine if it had just dispatched its core legions to deal with Zero Wing, yet it dispatched one of its 4 trump card legions, the Red Jade Legion, as well. It seems that Zero Wing has seriously offended Pantheon this time. Yuan Tiexin lightly clicked his tongue as he looked out the window at the 1,000-man legion marching through the street. Every member of this 1,000-man legion was level 40 or above. Moreover, they all wore exquisite, white robes with an embroidered blood-red eagle. This blood-red eagle was none other than the Red Jade Legion's symbol. These players' unified clothing, in addition to their levels, frightened the onlooking independent players. Pantheon had many core legions, but the most famous were the 4 trump card legions. Most of the experts in these legions were experts Pantheon had nurtured internally. Outsiders who wished to join these legions had to pass multiple tests. These trump card legions generally dealt with super guilds or super first-rate guilds. Until now, Pantheon had never once used these legions to deal with smaller guilds. You're tuning in to the Blee Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.